hello, my dear friend. Welcome once again to Blind Dad Does. My name is Ira, and I hope that you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful day. Indeed, welcome. Once again, welcome. And I hope that you guys are ready to do a little bit of art, have a little bit of fun, all kinds of good stuff like that. But before we begin, I have to give a big hopeful congratulations to our wonderful community member, Dr. Napkins, who I do believe, as of his stream today, has hit affiliate. I think so. I have hopes, Dr. Napkin. I'm pretty sure that you're going to receive that email by tomorrow, my friend. I think that you will.
Hope so.
That is going to be really cool. That is really awesome. I'm glad for you, man. I saw that when I was doing, the lurking there on your stream there earlier. You had at one point in time like 9 people were hanging out there, and it kind of stayed consistently at 6 for a really long time. So yeah, I think you've got it, man. I really do. You were at 2.9 yesterday. That means that it's going to boost you up one way or the other. So and then didn't you say that it was at 3.2 on the back end by the time you saw it here just a bit ago? Yeah, 3.2. So if you've hit that 3.2, guaranteed you're going to get that email tomorrow then. Yep, guaranteed. So congratulations, man. You did it. So now you don't have to worry about it. Once you get the affiliate applied in there and everything, man, it's golden from there. So you've got it. Good job, dude. Good job. I'm very happy for you. So tonight we have Jolene joining in with us again. Hello, Jolene.
Hello.
She is a very tired Jolene.
Yes, I am running on 5 hours of sleep.
Yeah. Very, very low amount of sleep. But we've had an interesting little 24 hours here, and it's been a little rough. It's been a little hard, but we'll get there. But either way, I figured I'd go ahead and come on and do a little bit of art, be with you guys, have a little bit of fun, just enjoy ourselves a little bit and go from there. So how you doing otherwise, Jolene?
Otherwise, I'm doing good. Somehow I'm not passing out right here, so that's why I'm on the stream with you.
Yeah, surprised, because once she got done eating, we were sure that she was just going to go ahead and pass out, but nope, she's like, I'm surprisingly awake, so I guess I'll go ahead and get on the stream with you. And so gotta love it.
Sounds good, Napkins. Thank you for being here one way or another. He says he's going to be lurking for a bit.
Gotcha. Lurk away. Gotta do some drilling. Okay, drilling is concerning. But good luck with that either way. Hopefully everything goes smooth, and enjoy your shower and enjoy your wondrous affiliateness, because man, it feels really good. It's nice knowing that you can get on the stream and just gab for hours or do things for hours and not have to worry about getting that stupid average viewers thing up anymore. It's a lot more comfortable. You can just sit back and relax and do whatever it is that you want to do and not worry about it at all. So very proud of you. Very happy for you. So yesterday I started doing this little booty pick again with the dancer and stuff. And I think I'm going to get back to that one eventually, but I do have this desire to try to do something a little bit different. So I'm going to try a couple of techniques that I want to kind of go with and hopefully will work out. I don't know if it will or not, but we'll give it a shot. Kind of trying to I want to get better at faces, I guess, is the main thing. I want to get better at faces. So I'm kind of specifically gearing myself up so that I can try to aim in that direction at the moment, just trying to see what I can do to make an appearance, or make an appearance as much as I can, so that I can try to just practice it a little bit, I guess, is the best way that I can put it. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to manage it or not, but we'll see. We'll give it our best try, right? That's all that we can do. So I'm going to start off just kind of laying out a couple of things here, just again, like how I usually do things with my paint splats and stuff, and go for it and hope that it works out well. So let me try to move my monitor just a little bit here, because I think I need to get it just a tad bit closer than what I have it currently. I might have to shift my webcam around a little bit because, yeah, I'm going to have to move it again. I had moved it just a little bit ago because I thought maybe if I position things in this way, it might make things a little bit better for you guys. But no, that's not going to work.
Hopefully he doesn't have the same mistake he did before he got on. As he was getting ready, he was like, oops, the webcam just fell into my crotch. So
no, that was my microphone.
Oh, microphone. Okay,
yeah, the mic was in my crotch. What I'm trying to do, okay, what kind of sucks with the way that we have things positioned right now is that I have my monitor, and then I have my webcam, and I have my microphone, and they're all in this little small triangular bit of space, while at the same time having my phone right here so that I can see the chat, right? So between it all, I've got a very limited amount of space to be able to move the webcam into to still be able to see me without having the monitor in full view of the webcam, basically half the webcam being the monitor kind of a thing. I don't want to do that to you guys. I'd rather have, my full face view. And wow, this one single gray hair patch here is super cow licking on me right now. It's sticking out hardcore. I don't know what's up with this thing. Anyways, it's kind of driving me nuts. Time to shave. I'm just kidding.
And we don't really want to do a side view, because if we do the side view, you're going to just be staring at a door.
Right.
Or you're going to be staring at the bed when I sleep. It's going to be kind of awkward.
that would not be optimal at all. So I'm just trying to figure out the best ways to do things here for you guys so that you're getting my pretty face, but at the same time, I'm not cutting things off on the microphone too hard. And it doesn't look like I'm staring down into the microphone constantly, which is how things were when I had it positioned up there before. So I don't know. I'm just sorry if I'm doing this a little bit on the fly here, but I'm just trying to get it adjusted enough for you guys. And now you can't see anything at all. Okay, let me see.
And now they see the bathroom.
And now you see the bathroom. Yeah. I don't know. Is that going to be any better right there? Not really. See, the problem is see, I'm only half in the picture here. The monitor is cutting everything else off. It's that's the one thing that sucks with the way that my vision is. I've got to have this monitor so freaking close to me, and that gives a very limited amount of space for that webcam to be in. So, I don't know. Let me see.
Do you need my assistance?
Get a very close-up view. Hello. How you doing? You guys can really see my eyes now. No, it's okay, honey. I'm just trying to get it positioned where it's at least semi-decent. I don't know. No, I'll just have to put it back where it was a little bit, I guess. Sorry, guys. I mean, at least there you've got the most view of me, I guess. If I turn this just a little bit, there we go. Should be all right. We'll just run with it there. How's that sound? Which is pretty much about where it was before, right? Go figure. So anyways, it's been a good day. We've had a good day here. It's just been really tiring. We had a really long night. We had to make a trip to the emergency room last night, and it was a long few hours at the emergency room and all that kind of stuff. So we didn't actually get home until almost 7 o'clock this morning. And poor Jolene got no sleep at all, and her without sleep is not a pretty picture. She's not a very happy camper when she does not get very much sleep. So
I legit will cry.
Yep.
I legit will cry. It's not. Hi, buddy. Elliot has come to say hello. I don't know how much you guys can see him because he's a dark kitty. He's getting behind my laptop so he can look out the window because I have the window open. And he is beating my laptop screen with his tail. But yeah, didn't get home until 7 this morning, and I got back up at 10 because I had to make phone calls because of everything that had happened, and so I've just been running since then.
Yeah, so between it all, she's only had a few hours worth of sleep, and Jolene, when she doesn't get sleep, she ugly cries. Legit ugly cries. The poor thing.
I slept some in the car at the ER, but because of course they only let like one person in at the time with the minor, so I stayed in the car and I napped, or attempted to.
Attempted to.
Attempted.
You got like a half hour.
Right? Yeah, because I couldn't fall asleep at first, and then I finally got there.
Keep talking. Vamp.
Do it, my love.
I said keep talking. Vamp.
Vamp.
You know, vamp.
Yeah. Okay.
Just trying to take care of things here real quick.
Okay. Well, how's everyone? How's their evening? What did they have for dinner? We had BLTs, which was a lovely dinner, which is great because I was completely out of it for cooking. So our son, he cooked. So he cooked it all. The only thing he has kind of trouble with is slicing tomatoes for whatever reason. So I sliced tomatoes and he did everything else.
Yeah, and he did a good job. It was tasty.
He does good. I don't know what it is with me. If I touch bacon, it doesn't matter if I do it in the oven, if I do it in the skillet. If I'm the one that cooks it, the smoke alarms go off. And
these smoke alarms are
they don't
horrifying. They are horrifyingly loud. Like, we have, 5 of them through the house? And when one goes off, they all go off. So, like, they set each other off. You know what I mean? And they are, like, super, super sensitive. It's crazy. I've never encountered such an issue with smoke alarms as we have in this house.
And it sucks because it's like we have a good oven and stove. Like, it's a very good, it's a newer model and everything. But like every time I try to use the oven portion, it doesn't matter. The alarms go off. We have, no lie, put like the shower. I looked online to see what you should do for if you can't, because we can't really disable them. Obviously, that's not a smart idea anyways. But we put shower caps over them when I went to use it one day, and it still went off. So it's like, well, that did nothing. So it's like making pizzas. They went off. And the pizzas didn't burn. I don't, and then I even bought like a different oil. Bought some avocado oil because they say avocado oil has like a really high smoke point in case it was that, and it helped to prolong it from going off, but it went off. So I don't know. I've made chicken, I've done it just doesn't matter what I make in the oven. If whatever I make in the oven, dessert, baked good, whatever, the alarms go off. I don't get it. And I don't know what to do. We have the little, what's the fan thing called that they have above the stove? We have that thing on.
Yeah, the stove hood.
Yeah, the vent hood, whatever. Yeah, we have that thing on, before we get to cooking, and it just does nothing. So, I don't know.
It's a joke.
It's a joke. It's a big joke, yeah. It's not very fun. But anyways, long story short, we had BLTs for dinner. and leftover sides for sides.
And it was good. It was quite tasty. All right, so I'm getting a little pattern laid out here, and I'm going to try to work up a face of some kind here to see what we can do. I don't know if I'm going to manage it or not, but I'll give it my best shot. Like I said, I just kind of wanted to sort of practice face a little bit with this new technique that I'm using. So it's like,
before you did the one side of the face, it was totally looked like Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, what?
It was totally looking like Poe for a second there.
Poe?
Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, Edgar Allan Poe. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was totally like
I
between
thought,
the hair
I
and
thought you said a gorilla, and then I'm like, and then you said Poe, and I'm like, what?
yeah, no, it was totally looking like Edgar Allan Poe before you did like the other side of the face.
Right. I gotcha. So it's like I guess the important thing to bear in mind with all of this with me is that I've been trying to practice different techniques to get the paint to show up as I want it to show up, based on trying to work with my blindness. You know what I mean? Like, so it's been kind of hard for me because I can't do lines, you know, I can't get the line work done that I want to get done, you know? And, so I've got to like try to figure out like these different sculpting methods. And one thing that I haven't done a whole lot of practice with comparatively is, you know, more kind of full on facial kind of a thing. So it's kind of it. That's what I want to do. I want to get more down pat what to do with faces, you know? And well, the only way to do that is by practice. So that's what I'm doing. That's kind of like what I'm trying to lead myself to do here. I'm just trying to get it laid out a little bit here. So yeah, anyway. So that's what I'm doing.
Kind of funny. As you're doing it, every once in a while, I'm seeing your brush both go on the picture and also kind of go over where my webcam spot is.
Yeah, it's because of here. I can
Where is
maybe.
that? No, it's
Yeah.
fine. It's not distracting or anything. I just thought it was kind of funny.
Maybe that'll help. Hopefully. And I'm done. I kid.
Did you say, and I'm done?
And I'm done. There you go. Nice face.
So your face is Slenderman. I see what you were doing.
Totally. Totally. I hear you over there laughing at my picture. You laughing at me? I think you're laughing at me. We're going to start that nose all over again.
Little kitty boy has decided he's going to fall asleep on bed again.
Actually, that's not too bad so far, I think. Kind of almost looks like Tim Curry at this point.
They're kind of big to defer, but okay.
What's it look like to you? What's it look like to you?
Kind of, you know me. I'm not good at actors' names and stuff, but I know who Tim Curry is. So I know it is. I guess I wouldn't know who to compare him to. Him, her, whatever.
We'll find them.
I know I'm very unhelpful. Are you going for a guy or a girl? Or do you not know yet?
I don't know yet. Girl, probably. Does it look like I've got the proportions pretty correct? Huh.
Ish, yeah. The right eye. The figure itself's left eye, but for us it's looking at it. Yeah, that one. Looks a little too close to the nose bridge. Just a smidge. Would that be my only thing? Not the one you're working on, although you can work on that one. Either way. Yeah, the one on the right is too far left, yeah. Yeah, it's looking a little better.
Something along those lines.
Ish, yeah. I mean, until you put more defining details in, I can't tell you for sure. Because I realize this is like shading for like the lids, both lids in conjunction and stuff. So
it'd be something along those lines right there. Is what I'm looking at. Right, like that.
yeah, I was thinking the same. Shortening the chin might help too. Eyes are good now, and a nose position is great. There you go. That definitely looks a lot more feminine now.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't touched the bottom part yet at all, so. Okay. This is so red.
Oh my god, her eyes are bleeding.
Blood!
Well, hi.
Hi, Liam. Glad you're here with us. How you doing, kiddo? Kind of digging this song. This is pretty cool. Trying to lay out a little bit shape of the hair here just to have something to run with as I go. Just so I don't have to like work 3 times as hard kind of a thing. Okay, so now to start blending and shaping and all that kind of good stuff. Oh boy.
You can do it.
Can I? Are you sure? Maybe. We will see.
You are going to dominate.
We will see. This red is so red. It's throwing me off a little.
Then choose a different color.
No. I'm determined. I just need to blend it, that's all. I'm just messing around. You're muted.
Amanda has redeemed the random trivia moment.
Random trivia moment, huh? Earthworms are one of the only species that you can cut in half and both halves will still live independent lives from each other. They're basically one big brain and nerve cell. And also intestinal organ, all at the same time. It's pretty cool, actually. Figured since Liam was there, throw in the bug information and the worm information and all that kind of good stuff.
When I was younger, I totally wanted a pet spider. Or a snake.
I've had many spiders for pets, definitely.
Always loved Komodo dragons. I know they're not typically a pet. They can be a pet, but not typically.
Had a Solomon Island skink for a while there. He was pretty cool. He knew when people did not like him. The couch that we had at the time, it had like some of the bottom part of it missing. So he would be down on the floor and he would crawl up through the holes that were there in the couch. And he'd just right up onto somebody's lap. And he would do it to the ones that he knew did not like him, like at all. He did it just to screw with them. It was hilarious. They'd freak out quite a bit. Weaver ants make nests with silk from their larvae. They carry the larvae and as they create silk, they attach it to the leaves and make leaf nests. Yeah, that's really cool, Liam. That's good information. Bugs are cool, man. Bugs are awesome. As long as they don't come and try to sit on my lap or anything like that, I'm okay with it. They are very cute. And very essential. He'd be fine with that.
There's a spider, because I know more spider facts than any other bug facts. There's a spider in Australia that it can it can be found in pools. It can actually live for some time underwater. It is not technically an aquatic spider. It just happens that it is a fuzzy spider, and so air bubbles will get trapped in its fur, and that's how it'll stay alive underwater. It'll kind of breathe from the little air bubbles that get trapped in its fur. So it's a little fuzzy black spider thing, and it's found in Australia.
Spiders are very cool. They're a lot of fun.
Now, don't get me wrong, they're not like always in water, but they are able to. And then, of course, there are some spiders that can actually, they're light enough that they can actually crawl on the water. Yep. He says, of course, from Australia. Yep.
Right.
I don't know if this will freak him out, but there is a spider, again, in Australia, that its fangs are big enough it can bite through leather. So again, of course, that one's from Australia.
Australia, cool place to live, if you can survive it.
We don't live in Australia, so it's good. Yeah, right? I know. I would not have shared such a thing if we did. trying to figure out what I was hearing, and I just realized I'm hearing Elliot snore. His snores sometimes kind of sounds like a very far distant weed whacker, and I'm just like, it's like 9 o'clock at night. Who is outside doing yard work at this hour? And then I'm like, nope, it's Elliot. He's asleep. If you haven't yet, I don't know if he's into spiders at all. Look up that peacock spider. It's so cute. It's definitely my favorite spider. They do their little shaking dance and they look so cute.
They're adorable.
When I worked at Menards, my first job, it's an outdoor job. When I worked there, um, in the corner of like the building, outdoor whatnot, one year a wolf spider had made a nest over there, and I would go over and look at him every once in a while. I knew he wouldn't bite me, and I knew because he was just happy in his little nest because it there was definitely a lot of bugs that came through, so he had prime real estate, and so um, for whatever reason, crane flies were really big, like flying around in that area. If you don't know what crane fly is, they look like a giant mosquito, but they're not a mosquito. um, and one day, like one like whacked itself into my hair. I got it out, and it like landed on the desk, and it was still alive, and I like managed to grab it by its wing like just in time. And I was like, I'll give him as a gift to the wolf spider. So I went over to the wolf spider nest. And of course, he, like, went hiding deeper into his nest. And I flung down the crane fly as quick as I can. And yeah, it got itself on the web. And so the wolf spider, jumped on the crane fly and whatnot. And so from that time on, anytime I went over to that nest, he didn't hide. So I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, oh, he doesn't hide no more. So I got to get, up close and look at how he looks and stuff. So I tried to feed him again, but it's not easy catching a live bug. And obviously he's not really going to want dead bugs. He wants them live. So, but it was cool. I got to befriend a spider one year. I'm getting ready to keep jumping spiders, kind of like the peacocks. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'll happily look at them. I will happily uh, look at any and all pictures that you share of such thing. Because, like I said, I do like spiders, so don't get me wrong. There are some that give me the heebie-jeebies. But I find like the jumping
Beauty always coming in with the nightmare fuel. Hey, Beauty. Oh my goodness, how you doing?
sent with love, she says. Sent with love. Hi.
Hello, Beauty. How's your day going? Oh goodness, y'all creep me out. Anyway, how's your day going, Beauty? I'm just here getting a little start on the art here. Oh no, really? Oh. Don't get sick. That's not fun. No. That's a bad beauty. Bad beauty. Bad girl. No sick. Jolene was kind of freaking out yesterday. When I woke up, my temperature was like really, really, really low comparatively. Like my normal temperature is like 97.7-ish. And when I woke up yesterday, it was 95.7. It was like 2 degrees lower than what it usually is. So she was a little tripping out. My heart rate was really low too comparatively.
It's like, what the heck? You're basically borderline hypothermia here. What are you doing? You just woke up. It's not like our house is like freezing or anything.
Right.
Our house is at 73. That's not really that cold, you know. Yeah, we were talking about spiders. We can change the topic though. It's all good. Chastity's son has an ant farm, and it kind of delved into spiders.
He's
from
into
there.
bugs. He's into bugs. He was giving bug trivia. I've never been arachnophobic, but that doesn't mean that I like them crawling on me or anything like that. Nah, I can pass on that part of it. As long as they leave me alone, I'll leave them alone.
I try to save them all, unless they questionably might be the brown recluse. If I don't know for sure if you are or not, sorry, I'm not taking the risk.
65.9.
65.9? That is...
How are you alive at 65.9? Or you mean in Celsius? Because I know you're in America. I don't think you're doing metric system, right?
That was Celsius. If that was, Celsius, that would be a way different number, though.
Yeah, that'd be like in the hundreds.
Right? 95.9, okay.
That's what I thought you were going with, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, but you were saying yesterday too, though, you run really low, right? Like on your temperatures, you run really low. You're not hot-blooded. I do hope you're not getting sick, though. That would suck. That's the last thing you need right now.
Wow, if wow. So then you really suffer from what me and I are, because both me and I we both have the 97 range. We're both like 97.7 as our normals. So we've always had the issue of, oh, I'm at 98, I'm at low grade temp, and they're like, most people are like, no, you're not, you're fine. No, trust me, for me, I am. So you have it even worse. So you have it even worse. So if you reach 98, you're like, I'm really sick here. I'm severely anemic. Oh, are you doing any like iron or anything? I can show you what I take because I'm anemic too.
Yeah,
it's not like
Jolene has a tendency towards anemia as well. Her body's really weird, like because of So one thing with Jolene that most people don't know is that she's always hypoxic, which means that her oxygen levels are severely low. So like normal people, your oxygen levels on an average basis are going to be like 94 to 99. That percent oxygen. So that would be normal range. And if you go below that, then you start having like issues with confusion or feeling a little low or, that kind of thing. And so her average is like 85 to 88. And before she had the surgery in December, her dips would get like freaking insane. We saw one time her oxygen levels went to 59, and it's like, ooh, no wonder I'm feeling like poo right now, So, thankfully, since she had the surgery, it hasn't been like, she hasn't had those dips, but her oxygen levels are still at like that 85 to 88, So it's like, I always get a trip out of thinking, man, if you had normal oxygen, just imagine what you could do. You'd take over the world, right? But with the fact that she's got this like always active hypoxia, her red blood cells actually, like, she has an extreme abundance of red blood cells because her body manufactures like an excess of them to try to draw out like literally as much oxygen as her body can create. It'll try to use every last little speck of it. So she's got like a lot of red blood cells, but they're all like, what's the term? They're all like really thin celled, so they don't carry much iron and stuff correctly because they're
Right. They're smaller than what they should be.
yeah, they're
so-
smaller than, there's a lot of them, but they're smaller than what they should be. So they don't carry as much of the iron as what she needs and that kind of stuff. So
Plus, previous to getting on the marina, I always had really heavy periods too,
oh
which
god,
didn't even help.
yeah.
Sadly, my anemia has killed my immune system as well. I also have recently been diagnosed with amenorrhea, and was on the verge of my body into bleeding on itself. So when that settled into my system and grew out of control, doctor thinks that is why my anemia, oh my goodness, is so bad.
Yeah, that would definitely do it.
Um,
I had a friend back in the day that had the amenorrhea or amenorrhea, sorry, and that was horrible on her. It really was. So yeah, I'm aware of what it is, but that's not a good one. Yeah, Amanda's got endometriosis.
oof, 5 months of tests. I saw that you said that irons hasn't helped, but I'll still show this for either of you or anyone else who may be watching. Just because it has other stuff in it. It's a natural thing. This is the bottle. It's called Lydia Pinkham.
So the thing with Lydia Pinkham, it was developed by this woman back in the 1800s named Lydia Pinkham, and so that's why they're called Lydia Pinkham pills. But basically, they have iron, but they also have like a lot of other things, and like she designed it.
Read what it has too.
She formulated it for women that are on their periods, so that like it kind of like helps to supplement all the things that your body drains while you're on your period, so that you can kind of help get the boost during your menstrual cycle. And so when I recommended it to Jolene to try out back when we first like started getting to know each other and stuff, and she was having like severe menstrual issues, because like it's probably TMI, right? But she uses one of those Diva cups so she can measure like how much she actually bleeds and stuff. And like normal women bleed about 60 milliliters per period time. For her, she does 60 milliliters on the first day alone. Like it's a extreme, like, oh god, it murders her. Like her first day, she is just completely wiped, like so hard on her. So we recommended like doing this Lydia Pinkham pills, and like as soon as she started taking them, it definitely like helped to boost things, so she didn't feel that extreme exhaustion and stuff. So
Right. And with iron, some people like iron like bothers the stomach and stuff, but this has other stuff in it so that it doesn't do that. Because it's not straight iron. It's literally an herbal supplement. So I'll read off what it has real fast. So it has vitamin C, vitamin E, calcium, and iron, and then a proprietary blend of dandelion root, black cohosh root, motherwort leaf, licorice root, and gentian, which a lot of those is good for gut, bowel, as well as period stuff. So like the bottle itself, it says Lydia Pinkham herbal tablet supplement, nutritional help to support you feel better during menstruation and menopause. Now, if you look online, a lot of people will buy it because it's supposed to somehow weird wives' tale that they believe if you take these while pregnant, you'll get a girl. I don't know. That there's so many comments about that on there, but I use them for menstruation, and it really does help. It says you can take 2 tablets 3 times a day. Honestly, I only take one an entire day, and just that alone makes me feel good. So I only take one
It does
a
help with
day,
cramping a little bit too.
a little bit, and
Not
then
much, but it does help a little bit.
when I am perioding, if I need more, then I do take more. Then I'll take the two, but I usually don't exceed 2 pills a day. Usually, just the one enough is just enough, and I'm the type of person where if I notice enough of a difference with the one, I don't really go above it.
They found 120 microcysts in you too. Goodness, girl. Oh, see, okay. I know I've got a lot of ladies that are listening right now and stuff right here, right now, right? This is the one reason why I know that I got the luck of the draw by being a guy is that I don't have to deal with the feminine problems. I have known so many women over the years that have just had so like problem after problem after problem with their plumbing. It's like it is. I am very grateful to be a guy that we don't have to worry about that kind of stuff, right? Because you guys have to go through so much stuff sometimes. It's just, I feel for you, man. It's so insane. I really do. I feel really bad for you guys that have to go through it. And it's crazy because most guys don't even understand that. Like, they think, oh, well, it's your period time, you just don't feel good or whatever. And it's like, no. Some women have absolute nightmare periods, Our kiddo Ollie, one of their issues is they have PMDD, and whenever they would go through their period times, like we've had a lot of like trial and error over the past 6 years trying to get things settled for her because like every time that a cycle would hit, they would like spiral into such a depression and anxiety state that they literally could not function in any way, like at all. And so when we went to like when we got the diagnosis finally that it was PMDD, which is premenstrual dysphoric disorder. It's basically like having PMS on crack. It is just horrific. The diagnosis we finally got. And so we went to the doctor because we knew that like the solution, or at least a factor of help for them, would be to get put on birth control, to try to like regulate the hormones a little bit. You know what I mean? So got told by your last appointment I was lucky to be alive from the amount of blood I lost. Oh, jeez. I got worse after my cancer. Thanks, genetics. You're in remission though too, right, Beauty? I think I remember you said before that you were in remission at this point for yours, right? But we went to the doctor to 10 years. Okay, yeah. Thankfully. We went to the doctor to talk about getting put on birth control, and the doctor, like at the time, Ollie was about 15, sorry. And the doctor, like 11 years. Okay. The doctor like fought us hard about getting her on birth control. And
yeah, it was stupid. It was because she was
like, go ahead.
Well, she was a pediatric doctor, so like I can get was iffy about it, but it's like, hello, we're needing this. But she was just no.
Yeah, I mean the reasons were psychiatric, right? It was strictly because of the PMDD. Every time she had a cycle, it was horrible.
Yeah, we went back and forth with this doctor for like a month, and then she ended up, and then Ollie ended up going back into the hospital again. And it's like, look, we need something. And so through the hospital, we told them while she was admitted, that look, we're having issues. And of course they're like, well, we're psychiatric, even though this would help the psychiatric situations. this is not really us, but we will definitely put in that this needs to be done. And so like the next conversation with the pediatric after that was she was very nasty and was like, oh, well, if you wanted this, you could have. And it's like, no, don't play. Don't play.
Don't play like we didn't talk to you about
Don't
it.
play.
We told you exactly why we wanted this person to be on it. You know what I mean? And it's like the whole reason why they were fighting it was because, oh, well, they're 15 and they just want to go out and bang guys. And it's like, dude, that is not, number one, even if that was the case, that's none of your freaking business, right? That's our business as her parents. But number two, that's not the purpose for this. It is literally to try to keep her from going into the hospital every month when she has her period. You know, like nightmare. And so finally, like after this whole thing,
number three, not even, they're part of the LGBTQ group and was actually more lesbian at the time.
right.
It's like, no.
And at this point, I do apologize because Ollie is trans, and like we're accustomed to saying she because, they were born as she, and so like sometimes our pronouns slip a little bit, but we try to go with they because that's what they prefer. But just trying to make it clear, that's what we're discussing here.
Sometimes they say that they're okay with they feel more fluid some days.
Yeah.
Like they don't really say it that way,
bit,
but
right. Yeah. It's a little fluid at the moment. So, but I just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware.
Beauty says, I was on it around her age and my doc knew, thankfully, what was going on. I was very regular, and when it happened, it was painful. I'm glad that you had the help because, yeah, we fought so much for Ollie just to get on it, and it was stupid. So, like, we eventually had to get Ollie a different doctor just because of the whole situation. Because, I mean, even though I'm a woman, I don't know how young you can start seeing an OBGYN. I honestly didn't know. I didn't start seeing one until I was an adult. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know when you start seeing an OBGYN.
But it's like, sometimes you have to do that with doctors that you have to fight them tooth and nail to get to when you need this medication as a solution. And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. It's like, why? This is the solution, So finally they're on now a type that like makes it so that the periods don't happen for 3 months at a time. And so, kind of, again, our lives are open books.
It still took years to get to that point too. Because even after we got it switched from the one doctor to the other doctor and then the psychiatric took over, it was still a pause of doing anything like that, even though we were still mentioning it's because of the periods. It's because of the periods. This is all happening. The hormone dip. It's always, this is what happens. And we could
time it on a watch. We could time it on a watch.
We could time it to the day. And then Ollie would go into the hospital. And then like during that time frame, start the period. It's like, hello. It's every single time. Every single time they go to the hospital, this is what happens.
There was one year they had to go into the facility. What was it? 7 times in that year. And that was a hard year. It really was, like, just horrible. Like what happens with them when this stuff hits is they immediately go into like, so it's a matter of impulse control. Like they have schizoaffective disorder. So it's a matter of impulse control. The impulses hit, they follow the impulses and then realize after they followed the impulse what they were doing. So, basically, like I was talking to them one night before going to sleep and everything was fine. An hour later, they came in to wake us up and told us that they had taken a bunch of pills and they didn't realize that they did it until after they had taken them. And so they came to wake us up so that we could take them into the hospital. So, like that's what we were dealing with, just like these spikes of way boom, out of control, not able to help themselves, so
it was only until last year that finally got the whole 3 months before another period thing happens. So been dealing with this for like 2 extra years and we're still telling them, look, it's it's the cycle. It's the cycle. But no one, it's like everyone was
listens.
afraid. Everyone was afraid to do the whole, skip the few months or do the whole, depot shot or anything. And it's like, I know you can do it to minors. I know you can do it to minors. There's people who have disabilities and it's just the best way to do things, You can't, why are we beating around a bush here? If they're already diagnosed with PMDD, if they're already having this trend of every time they go, into the ER is because it's cycle, why are we having to fight tooth and nail just to get this done? And so we're still at the point of, okay, well, we have proof now that the 3 months is working. So now we have to start the fight of, look, we have the proof now. Can we finally get a more permanent solution?
Yeah. It's just it's such nightmare fuel all the way around. And Amanda, you were mentioning about the hysterectomies thing. I mean, that's something with Jolene that she's been going through with stuff, is because like for her, it's actually legit dangerous to be on a period because she's on so many blood thinners to make sure that her heart functions. And she was told and has been told many times through her life, you cannot have children. If you try to have children, it will probably kill both the child and you, right? Like the likelihood of her dying, getting pregnant is like skyrocketed.
Well, here, let me just say this. So people in general, well, I should say women in general who have like a congenital heart defect or disease like I do, we all have the increased risk of, pregnancy, obviously. And for anyone who has heart issues, especially on like the types of medications that we're on, we have to watch what kind of birth control we get on. Estrogen is the worst that we can be put on, and estrogen is the most common form of birth control out there. So there's a lot of birth control we have to navigate away from, and if we don't have a correct doctor or OBGYN doctor that knows this, then we could be potentially put into a situation where we're taking birth control that could actually be a detriment to us because estrogen increases clotting and we're already on anti-clotting medications. So between the two, it can really cause some bad issues. So like, for example, for me, because I have the Fontan, I have the little conduit that's in my heart, and it's easier for clots to form there. So if I were to take a estrogen based birth control of any sort, and it's not just pills. I mean, there's estrogen form IUDs too. So if I have anything that's like that, it could increase the likelihood of me creating a clot there. That's why I'm on blood thinners, is to help prevent the idea of a clot forming there. So it's a risk that we all have. And so you need to have the better, we need to have the safer alternatives outside of that. And not everyone knows that that's a thing. So like I am on an IUD, but it's a progesterone only hormone. And there's others that aren't hormonal and it's just dependent upon insurance and blah, blah, blah from there. But like someone like me, it's dangerous specifically for me to get pregnant. So I was always told don't. I don't know if things have changed by now and I could have asked, and it'd be different, but that's fine. I've already come to terms with the idea that it's not going to be a smart idea to go down that path. So it's frustrating that here I am. I have a health condition where getting pregnant would be a danger to myself, and I still have to fight just to be able to get a hysterectomy done. I mean, that's the stupid thing. Because, again, as I said, certain forms of birth control can be a danger to me. So I'm already limited on what options I do have. And then if I do accidentally get pregnant, because with the exception of a hysterectomy or a vasectomy, no birth control is 100%. So until one of those two happens, there's still that window of possibility that I could still get pregnant. I myself am proof that no birth control form is 100% unless you get the hysterectomy or a vasectomy. My mom had her tubes tied and still got pregnant with me. And that's supposed to be a really high up there, it doesn't happen, but it's lesser on the scale than getting a vasectomy, and obviously lesser than a hysterectomy.
Yeah.
So it's frustrating that there's people who are in the heart community where it's literally a risk factor for us to get pregnant, and yet we can't get a hysterectomy. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I took this over, but it's just a
No, it's
big,
okay.
it's a big thing, and
Yeah.
it's just so frustrating that you, my love, as a guy, you can get a vasectomy so much easier.
Yeah.
No
I
invasive.
ended up getting one for the sake of Jolene, so that there wouldn't be the risk of her getting pregnant because, again, of these issues, So, and for me, all I had to do was go in and say, hey, I'd like to have one done. And they were like, okay, no problem, and within a month I had it done, So it's like, it's crazy because a woman trying to go and do it, there's so much crap you people have to go through to get it to go through. Like, they keep refusing and refusing and refusing and refusing for the stupidest of reasons. And then in some places, and I don't think it's here in Indiana, like, I don't remember for sure. You guys could tell me for sure. But I don't think it's here in Indiana, but I know in a lot of states, the woman actually has to get permission of her husband to have a hysterectomy done. It's like, what? What century are we living in here, people? This is ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's frustrating because it's like, yes, I get the fact that it's easier to quote unquote fix a guy. It's easier to do that. There's a lot less complications, a lot less, I mean, it's an easier procedure. You don't have to worry about anesthesia.
Right. Beauty's got it right there. 3 kids later, Bilal's brother-in-law had one, and it was playing golf by that afternoon. Right, exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
I was pretty miserable with mine, right? But I was kind of like down for the count for a couple of days with mine, but I know a lot of other guys that they're just right back into action,
You also had like 2 little ones under the age of 3 at the time. So trying to take care of 2 little ones that accidentally kept kicking.
Yeah, exactly. had a little bit of reasons for that one happening, but it's still the same. I mean, the same case. It's like zero issue getting it done. Like, it was no problem. I don't know why guys have issues with it. It's like, come on, guys, seriously, it's not that big of a deal. It's really not.
Rhett and Link got it done.
It's really not that big of a deal, and it's a lot safer for us guys to have it done than it is for a woman to get it done, and so again, I did it for her benefit, just so that there wouldn't be the risk of it. And like the whole thing as far as like women's bodies are concerned, it's just it drives me crazy, like how women have to get like the permission of their husbands and all this kind of stuff to be able to get these things done. And it's like, no. That's just wrong on so many damn levels. It really
Right,
is.
exactly. The men still have an option for it to be reversed, whereas, it's
Yeah.
And
It's
even if you still want a kid and you're fixed, you can still have a kid without it being reversed too. They can just
There are ways.
Yeah. So I mean, there's still, you're not completely out of making baby options if you do get fixed, I mean, there's still ways around it. So I mean,
so it's like, because of all these issues that she's got with her heart and stuff, one of the best options for her is to have a hysterectomy done. But it's like they're fighting her on it to get one done, like even though she's got so many risk factors of pregnancy and she never has any intention of having any children biologically herself, they still have this fight there. And it's like, this is stupid. Like, it's literally to help her reduce risk for her life,
Although I will say it was funny when I first met my OBGYN, she did mention, she's like, having a hysterectomy would be the smartest thing. I was like, I'm fine with it. Oh, you are? Yeah.
And then when I mentioned that I was fixed, she's like, can I go parade you to every one of these other husbands and boyfriends that I have coming in here? Because this is like the best option that somebody could do for their women, and like nobody wants to do it. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Geez, I don't see why. It's like guys think for some reason there's like this emasculation factor to it or something like that, and there's really not. I mean, you know, if we're gonna be blunt about things, quite frankly, I feel a lot more comfortable knowing that I have it, so that I don't have to worry about another pregnancy. Because God, I hated that every month. Oh, are we pregnant? Oh God, you missed part of your period. Oh God, you know, I already got 3 kids. Don't want a damn another one. You know, so. It's a lot more comfortable for me. Anyways. Sister-in-law is fertile myrtle. 3 kids is her limit. Oldest is 7, youngest is 3. Yeah, unfortunately, I come from a very fertile family, so. Fertility is big in our bloodline. I mean, I'm one of what, 13? It's crazy. Our family is so big and fertile that like when there was a family reunion, we had to rent out an expo center that was here in our town. It was like, oh God, it was just massive. It was huge. Just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. Just too many people. It's crazy. Get them away from me. I don't know these people. I don't want to have nothing to do with them. But anyways,
meanwhile, my family is like so tiny compared to yours.
You guys are the exception, not the rule. That's for sure. My grandpa came from a Swiss family that had a farm. His dad had 11 siblings. Yep. Catholic, I bet, too, right? Isn't that what they always say? You come from a big family, you must be Catholic.
See, that's the funny thing. That's my family was Catholic, and yet they only had like
right
kids max.
Right. Like I said, though, I'm very grateful to be a guy so that I don't have to worry about like all the problems that you guys have to worry about. Like, it's just, I feel for y'all. It's crazy what you guys have to go through with not only with like the doctors and stuff like that, but you know, just with the way that your bodies are in general, because women, it's like they just have this more proclivity towards things going wrong than what guys do, you know? The kind of reunion in July, 50 of us were there. Fun fact, we are the 50 close ones, and we were missing at least 5 people.
You have a bigger family than me.
That's a pretty big one too.
There's definitely less than 50 people in my family.
Attention all personnel. Welcome new recruits to the land of the future. All recruits report to orientation, that is all.
Oh, Amanda, thank you so much for the gift sub. Seriously, thank you. Thank you.
You see who she says it's from?
No, it doesn't show it in the chat for me.
Her most recent comment? From your nephew?
Gotcha, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it didn't show up there for some reason. Well, Liam, thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude. That's awesome of you. Thank you.
I'm a mutt. There's Irish in me, but I'm mostly German.
Yeah.
I am a mutt. I have lots of things.
You say you're a mutant. Oh, wait. But, not mutant. I mean, I go with the mutant too, right? I'm definitely a mutant. Literally. My eyes are a mutation.
My heart's a mutation.
It is, yeah. Apparently I'm so Boston I sound Irish. You've definitely got the accent there, Beauty, that's for sure. I love your accent though. You're hilarious. I love it. I do. I love it. I don't have much of an accent. I know one of the things with my accent comes out during my typing because I've gotten better about it over the years, but we're here in Indiana, and here in Indiana we have this thing called the Hoosier twang. So the Hoosier twang entails putting R's into words where they don't necessarily belong. So you'll hear people say, I need to wash my clothes, or I need to go to the washroom, or, things like that. And then also they drop the G off of the end of words that end in ing. So I'm going over here and I'm going over there, or I'm going to be singing this, and that kind of thing. So it's like, that's the most prevalent thing with the Hoosier twang. It's a little weird, but, I've got primarily Native American, and then there's a small amount of German, Spanish, and trying to think here. So yeah, German, Spanish, and a little bit of black as well. So like just a little touch of the others, and then like I said, primarily the native. So
You were talking about the Hoosier twang. Hoosier twang is so big in my family that it wasn't until I got together with Ira that I learned that sherbet is not pronounced sherbet, that there's no second R in sherbet. I've always called it sherbet, and he's like, it's not sherbet. But that's how I grew up hearing it. And so I would see the package and I always thought it was spelled Sherbert.
right.
But when you told me it's not, and I totally did not believe you. I thought you were bluffing. Find out you were right. I was just like, what? Trippy, just so trippy. And I remember I shared that on Facebook one time, and someone else was like, oh my gosh, I never knew that. And then yeah, Amanda says Robbie just told me the same recently, and I thought the same. Yeah, it's big here. I can't say my R's normally. It's so Pakawara. Yeah, okay. So I will say I can get you, but not in the same reason. Mine's not an accent thing. I actually had a speech impediment when I was younger, and so I could not pronounce my R's at all. They would be W's. So if anyone around me starts doing it, I will slip right back into that.
Yeah.
I've
seen it happen.
Oh yeah. Like
we were watching a show that had one of the characters did that kind of thing. They spoke with, their R with a W like that. And like, oh God, what was it? It was for like almost a week afterwards. You were fighting yourself to make sure that you were saying the R's correctly.
I don't think it was a big thing though. And then when I first told the kids about it, I had mentioned it and I gave them examples, and so they just started like saying a bunch of words that had that example. And then I got stuck and I couldn't stop pronouncing words like that. And I was just like, stop it. And they just wouldn't stop. They were having
She was so pissed at them. She was so pissed at them. She's like, you stop it.
And then as far as oh shoot, what's the word? Why am I? Oh yeah, accents and stuff. I had the weirdest experience when I worked at Menards. one day someone came through and was talking to them, telling them where to go and stuff. And they were like, "Are you from here?" Because we live in Indiana. Yeah. Why? You have a thick Ohio accent. What's so different between Ohio and Indiana? We're neighbors. I don't know what's so different between our accents. And that just statewide, you know? You have a thick Ohio accent. Okay. Thank you, I guess. I don't know what an Ohio accent is compared to Indiana. So that was like the weirdest thing I ever had. They were just so adamant. Like, it's so thick. It's a thick Ohio accent. Okay. Kudos for being able to tell. I don't know. I'm not. No one in my family is from Ohio. According to Lilith, keep in mind my apparently is thick. When I get irritated, angry, or tired, it becomes thicker. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
That's the same with Jolene too, with the R thing. Like the more tired she is, the more likely it is that she'll slip into it. Happens every time.
And it's funny too, because I had that issue all growing up, and then becoming an adult, I started slipping into having the opposite happen, where my W's become R's. So like, water is rotter, you know, just all sorts of weird things. It's so funny. So for the longest time, and I still kind of get the heebie-jeebies about it, is why I don't really pronounce Ira's name much. Because for like years I was like, I can't pronounce your name. It is a very thick R. One of these days I'm going to be like Iowa. And I'm just going to be like, I can't live it down.
Yeah, she's so afraid of it.
When I lived in Arizona, they all thought I was from England or Ireland. My natural look was just a deadpan. When Ollie was younger, Ollie had a thick Southern accent.
Yes, she did. It was crazy. And bear in mind, we don't live in the South, nor do we have anybody in our lives that speaks with a Southern accent. So where they got it, I don't know.
Yeah, it was the funniest thing. Even though it has been 12 years since my year in Arizona, sometimes that Southern drawl slips in there. I'm sure, definitely. It's just like, we have a friend and she's from Wisconsin, right? Or
Yeah, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, yeah. And so, doesn't have a Wisconsin accent, but can definitely slip into the Wisconsin accent. And don't they also have? Well, no, aren't they also from Minnesota?
No.
I was kind of thinking of a Minnesota accent.
No, but Wisconsin and Minnesota have some
similar,
shared
okay.
like things like that. Yeah.
Anyways, it slips into that accent. So like to us around here, you know, like because she doesn't live there now and hasn't for some time, doesn't have it. But when like family is around, yep, slips right back into it. And it's so funny to hear the very stark difference, you know.
It's quite the drawl.
Very, very much so. My friend in England, he sounds more like me. He is from southern England. His fiance is a northern accent with Australian since she lived 6 years in Australia. Oh, that's pretty interesting. I bet that's a fun combo to hear.
So I'm trying to work this face up. For those of you guys that are just tuning in for the first time, hello, welcome. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does, and that is Dearheart over there in the corner. Right now I'm trying to do a little bit of blart. I'm using that phrase from now on. This is blart. Blind art. It's blart. Probably a little badly, but I'm trying to work on faces. Like, faces are kind of like one of my weak points because I'll explain why faces are a weak point for me. You guys want to know why? Okay. So because of the way my vision works, I cannot see faces like at all. Faces are completely washed out to me. So I haven't even seen what Jolene looks like for years. Like, not what she truly looks like. Which she says is a good thing, but I don't know. But because of the fact that, like, I'm not accustomed to seeing faces anymore, I have to work off of what faces look like from my memory. So that's why faces are kind of like a weak spot for me. So I'm trying to just take a little bit of time to do some practice work in creating faces from the ground up.
So is that why the feet and the booty? Never mind.
Yes. So that's what I'm currently working on, is just a little bit of practice with some face work here and seeing what I can do. So just so you're aware. I can't wait for their wedding to go over there and see them. Usually they stay with someone in our friend group. I expect extra since they are theater actors. That'd be awesome. That would be really cool.
I love seeing all the, like, how some weddings, they add all the extra flares and stuff to them, like going outside of what is kind of the traditional. I like that. I like that they do that. You know how we got married? I was in blue jeans. I always said I was going to get married in blue jeans, and I did it. I refused to get married in a dress because I don't like to wear dresses. That's like, I'm not doing traditional wedding. I do not want one. To anyone who has had one or wants one, that's fine. I'm just saying. Was not on my repertoire.
Not in your agenda.
No, I've never wished for a fairy tale wedding. But I can definitely understand why people do. And I definitely dig, as I was just saying, I definitely dig the whole, how people are getting outside of, like, the traditional wedding where it goes like this, it goes like that, and there's, like, nothing, no sprinkling of uniqueness or whatever to liven it up and make it a little unique, more memorable than just, oh, it's another wedding, He's planning on dressing in a white dress. Oh, she's expecting nothing less. He does pantomime theater, so that alone is extra. Oh, yeah. That's going to be fun.
That'll be cool.
I think the plan is him and the groomsmen in gowns and the girls in tuxes. Oh, that alone just
That's
sounded
cool.
fun.
Yeah,
You
that'd
know,
be cool.
that alone, I dig that. Congrats if that's what they do. That would just be fun, just to do that and just be like, ha, we are doing this
Take
art
that,
and
society.
right.
Take that, puritanical society. You rat bastards.
Our group here is saving money so we can enjoy all the goodness. That's good. That's good. And when is the wedding? Is it like next year or something? You mentioned this fact. I'm sorry, I forgot already.
She's tired. You'll have to forgive her.
Tired, low oxygen. I can give a bunch of excuses.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Was supposed to be last year, but has been postponed for the time being. Yeah, last year kind of kicked butt for a lot of things. My surgery was supposed to be in the spring of last year. And even though it's a heart surgery, it's considered an elective. So it got postponed until December of last year. Funny things of just dealing with what last year was. Matthew thankfully had his heart surgery a year before all this picked up. Yeah, that's good. If he did not get it, I probably would not have a brother. Oh, not like we give shits about each other. Life would just feel a little empty. I was supposed to have my surgery originally in 2019, in the fall of 2019, but we had just moved to where we live now. And so we were still settling in. And I mean, we moved in like the month prior to what we were kind of pegging to be my surgery date. And the people that was going to, that was willing to drive us down and stuff, I was like, do you want to do it now? Or should we like enjoy our first Christmas here instead of me, being out of it and stuff? And we just moved in. We still got a lot of like little things to do to get settled into this house and stuff. So we went ahead and we just postponed it till the spring of 2020. And obviously that was a bad decision. I should have just gotten it done that same year, but it's all good. As far as not
Everything
having
happens for a
to-
reason, though.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I went through, the majority of all last year without it, and just, my health did degrade. And so now that I've had the surgery, I can definitely be even more grateful that I've had it, because I can definitely feel the difference of what I was to what I am now. So, and then I understand the whole not giving shits about each other. I am estranged from my entire family. I don't have any connections with a single
Me
person
too.
in my family. Whereas he, my dear beloved husband, has more connections with his family, but very limited. Like if you
Yeah.
haven't gotten Chastity's his family.
Yeah.
Our family.
Chastity is Manda. That's my niece. Well, one of them. I've got like 50 some odd nieces and another 50 or so nephews, but Manda comes from my sister Robin, who is the only sister that I have, well, any sibling that I have any kind of relationship with. Basically, the family that I grew up in was so toxic that I decided to leave them a long time ago and not have any dealings with, because I did not want my kids exposed to the same toxicity that I was exposed to when I was a kid and growing up and stuff. My brothers and sisters are all completely useless. And I know a lot of people can say that about their family members, but I guarantee you mine are way up there on the list of, oh my God, what is wrong with this person kind of a thing. For instance, my one brother literally stole the house that my mother inherited from her mother, out from underneath her. And even though he's a millionaire, he decided to literally steal the house away from her. Stole all of her inheritances away and everything. When my grandmother passed away, one of my sisters decided to go to my grandmother's house and start digging through her jewelry, trying to find her jewelry before the body was even cold. And that's just two of them. And the rest are even worse from there. So it's just sometimes even though you're settled with somebody genetically, it doesn't mean that you have to have anything to do with them. You can walk away from them if you need to. If they're a toxic part of your life, you got to have peace in your life somehow. And so that was the choice that I made for my own peace. It's not for everybody, but basically Robin, my sister, Amanda's parental unit, we didn't even know that we were siblings until we were in our 20s. She's a half, and just like all my other siblings are, I'm the only one that was from my particular mom and dad. And so even though she is a sibling, she wasn't raised with any of us, and therefore she did not have the same kind of toxic environment growing up. So she had her own toxic environment, just not the same toxic environment. So it's like we had this kind of weird thing, because we met like in our 20s and kind of came to the realization that, oh, by the way, I'm your sister, kind of a thing, So it's a little weird, but at the same time, it's all worked out, because her family, her part of the family, she and her children and their children and their children's children, and on infinitum, are the only people in my family that I have any kind of dealing with, other than my own kids and my mom. So, yep. Talking about your mama. Talking about the fact that she's the only sibling that I have any kind of dealings with. I'll tell you that the siblings are so toxic that, like when our dad was in the midst of death and, I went to go see him, I was told by the other siblings that I was not welcome at the funeral, which is kind of ridiculous, in my eyes. So I don't know. It's just it's a bit of a mess our family is. And I know a lot of people can say that about their families, but I don't know. I think I got a pretty good way or pretty good distance on a lot of people that are out there with it. So it was pretty horrible.
And then if you didn't,
Dr. Napkins, thank you so much for being here, and I'm really glad that you got the affiliate, man. It's awesome. It's awesome. I can't wait to see your first affiliate stream. Anyways, have a good night, Doctor.
Party on your channel.
Exactly. We expect punch and pie. Go ahead, babe. Sorry.
You're fine. I was just going to say, Beauty said, my brother and I just do not care for each other. It all began when he allowed his former best friend for years to beat me on a daily basis. I mean, bruises, black eyes, all that crap.
Oh, man.
Yeah, not good. I do have brothers. Mine's kind of a goofed up situation. My oldest brother was adopted out of the family. And he didn't come back into the family until my great grandma passed away. So I don't really have much with him. And by the time he came back into the family, he was already married, and his wife was on the way to having her first kid, and she absolutely hated our family for the fact that he was given up for adoption. So, which makes sense. It is. It's an interesting story. And then my mom had 2 other kids before me, after him. My sister, who has passed away. She passed away when I was 4, so I don't have anything with her. And then I have my brother, my only brother that I've had any real relationship with. And but we're never really close. For one, he lived in a different state. We live in Indiana. He lived in Nebraska. He did eventually move to Indiana, and our relationship kind of got closer, but he also had a girlfriend, and they eventually married, blah blah, so we just never got close. But when I did leave my mom, his resolution, instead of talking it out, he said, how about we meet in an abandoned parking lot and make sure Ira's there? Well, I wasn't born yesterday. I know what this means. So yeah, that was my brother. And then the same day, so my dad died when I was little, and I never knew how. And finally one day my mom handed me his obituary. I was about 17. So the same day I'm finally reading the obituary and finally figuring out how my dad died, I find out, oh, I have 3 brothers on my dad's side that I never knew anything about. So I asked her about it, and she's like, yeah, you just never asked about them, so I never told you. Oh, I did not know I'm supposed to ask if I have siblings I've never met. Thanks, Mother. So I have 3 brothers on my dad's side, one of which I've kind of met because of Ira. He found one of them for me. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was, yeah. So one of them I met because of Ira, but we haven't really done much else because, again, I was 17. I was already used to growing up, thinking I didn't have any other siblings, but it's different, and it's kind of weird to be like, hey, can I start getting to know you, this side of the family, when I've not met you? And it's because of living with my mom that my dad died, because my dad, he committed suicide. So it's like, can I get to know you, even though the reason I have any connection with you people is because of it's kind of weird. So it's like, I've not really tried, and I don't have a huge desire to, because like I said, I've reached out to the one brother, but he's not also been like, you really had to come to a family meeting or whatever. So because of that, it's just like, well, both sides have obviously made their made their peace with that. So I have no connection with my dad's side, with the exception of having been in conversation with my brother, and I really don't know anybody else on that side of the family, and I've never met him in person either. So all my family, that's why I say I have a small family, it's just my mom's side. And well, as you can gather from my mom, from this little short tidbit of how I've described
She's
my
a real
mom.
winner.
Oh yeah, let me, yeah. So like, just very, very short nutshell of my mother. My sister died when I was 4. My dad died when I was 3 months old. My sister died in the state of Nebraska. Both my sister and my dad died of suicide, and my own mother blamed me for both their deaths. So that's just a quick nutshell of my relationship with my mother, and is a reason why I'm not in any way, shape, or form in any conversation with her. So that's that.
Amanda, me too. I try to I've had over the years to like form my own family. You know what I mean? Like it's hard when you're raised with a family that is like super toxic like that. Knowing that you have to walk away from them, but knowing also that you're kind of like abandoning your family and such. That's kind of, it's a hard decision, you know. It's a real rough decision to try to make, but I had to do it for my own sanity. And so I'm glad that I can be a part of your lives in some kind of way, because I love you guys, and you guys have been like a very important part of my life for a long time. And it's kind of funny because like I know that your mom and I share a lot of like mannerisms and traits and that kind of thing. And it's always funny to me how much like stuff is carried on genetically, because a lot of those same mannerisms and stuff are from dad. So, you know, it's kind of weird, but y'all definitely have the Robinson nose. Y'all definitely have the Robinson features. You can't deny that you're Robinsons in some kind of way. You know what I mean? So, but I love you guys, and I'm glad that you're a part of our lives.
She said rude.
I know it. It's terrible. After you said you love me too. And one thing I'm really grateful for too is that Ollie has like been really opening up to you guys as well, and that's something that they like have wanted for a long time, is to have like some kind of family that they can feel close to, but they haven't really had very much of. So I'm glad that that's like starting to happen too. You know, she really is a great kid, one of my best friends, you know, really, honestly. I love them to death, and just a really great personality, fun to be around, hilarious, you know, when they're in the good part of the cycles, you know, going on. They're really open and honest and outgoing and having fun and stuff like that, you know. So yeah. So I'm glad that things are opening up, you know, for her to have all of that, if that makes sense. I'm grateful for it.
And I know it would have helped both our kiddos, you know, if they did have like more family to hang out with and stuff, you know, because even with all families, there's at least some sort of light somewhere, even if it's a very dead light, you know, just something. So it's like, you know, in my case, you know, like I left my whole family, but my only true person I was leaving was my mom. I was just giving my whole family the choice of whether or not they wanted to try to keep a relationship with me going, because I know, you know, I'm doing a big erratic thing that the family's not used to. Obviously, no family's used to this. So I was going to leave it up to the family if they wanted to still try to keep a conversation with me, as long as they respected my boundaries, with the idea of I will still see you, but you're not going to try to patch things between me and my mother, because that's something me and my mother need to work on. We don't need, if anything, it'd be a therapist, not you guys, you know. You guys are gonna obviously be on her side, and that's not, fair, because you're not listening to my side of things. But, that basically, yeah, when I left, it was just my mom. And then I left it up to the family of everyone had a way to contact me. Everyone would have had my email, because my grandma has everybody's emails, and she like spam emailed everybody all the time. I had my cousins and everybody's emails, and I never once asked them, because I got them from my grandma from everything. So it's like everyone would have had my email. And then, literally, as I had mentioned a few minutes ago, the day I moved out, my own brother had called and said, "Hey, how about you and I go to an abandoned parking lot and talk, and make sure you bring Iris." So obviously, my brother had my phone number, the new phone number to contact me at. My mom literally knew the address of where I went. I mean, it's not like it was a huge ass mystery of how to get a hold of me. So, anyone could have reached out. Anyone could have reached out. Phone, email, or even just stopping by, although that would have been not as appreciated as the others. But
Non-optimal.
yeah, but no one did. None of my family did. And I won't deny, I was shocked. I would have thought like a cousin or two um would have attempted to keep relationships, but nope, no one did. So I was just like, okay, if no one's going to make that step, because I'm not going to waste my breath, because I'm not going to waste my breath on a family that's probably just going to support my mom and look at me and say, "You're delusional," and I was willing to work with whoever wanted to step forward, but no one did. So because of that, I am estranged from everybody. So that's how my story is.
You black sheep.
That's my story. So it's not like I exactly have like beef against all my family. It's my mom, but I have chosen to just give them the choice to reach out to me, and no one has. And even still, after all these years, hardly anyone has even reached out to me. And if they have, it's more like, "What did your mother do to you?" Well, I mean, you want to go talk about it? Well, hi, Robin.
Hey, Robin.
Hi. I'm
We've been
sorry.
talking about
We're
you.
kind of talking depressing. We can change topics, though.
We've been talking about you.
Yeah, he was talking about you.
I've been talking
Yeah,
about
you
how
were
much I
being
love
talked
you.
about.
Been talking about how much I
No,
love
your
you.
secrets. Not really. No.
I'm currently working on trying to like make a face a thing. Nah. Just talking about how grateful I am that you guys are in my life and in the life of my kids. How do we reach these kids? Or something like that. Oh, my lovely daughter. That was a really weird game. Ooh, back to you. Ooh. Father-in-law, not sure I told you, is home from his surgery, recovering well. Mass has been out for testing going on. Chat room messed up there. Going on over tomorrow to be the pain in the ass daughter-in-law, making sure he rests. Good. That's good. I am very glad to hear that. Definitely. Yeah, you hadn't told us about that. Well, Robin, any brother who loves his sibling should do that kind of thing. Yes. But I'm glad that I could be there for you. That was a really hard day on both of us, that's for sure.
Blah 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 blah.
I love that ukuleles, man. That thing is so great. Thank you, man. Oh, does Liam have an owie ear? That's not good. So I am really not sure about this face. I don't know. It's turning out a little weird, but not too bad, I guess. Not too bad.
No, that's coming along pretty good, my love. Oh. She said we've been sick. I think he's getting an infection.
Oh. Man, I'll tell you, when I was a kid, I had so many freaking ear infections. It was crazy. Every year I'd have, they called it swimmer's ear, but I don't know. I think it was other things that were going on. But I'd have it like 3 or 4 times a year. And then it would slip into having tonsillitis 3 or 4 times a year. So it's like something was definitely going on in there. And I don't know what it was. Like nobody ever really pinned it down. They told me if I had tonsillitis one more time in this particular year, that they would take my tonsils out. And I ended up having it like 3 more times that year, and they never took them out. I'm like, can you please take these things out? This is driving me crazy. It was horrible.
Like mother, like daughter, they both said basically the same thing. You need to scooch them out to the right a little bit.
Well, no, one of them said to the left and one of them said to the right. Oh, I see. You said it's a little too left. Gotcha.
Yeah. Peeing in the ear.
Oh God, yeah. So my dad had the weirdest solution for ear infections, right? So here's the solution. Okay. So he said his mom would take pee from a sibling, preferably of the opposite sex, heat it up in the oven, and then put it into the ear and leave it in the ear. And he said, I never had another ear infection that I ever complained about. That's in Southern women for you, though, right? I don't think I'd ever complain about another ear infection either.
I think just preparing it, I'd be like, no, it's fine. I swear.
Ear infection? What ear infection? Nope. Don't know what you're talking about there, Mom. Yeah.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
That was the perfect one, man. I love that. That was a good one. Yeah, Dad had some interesting things. That's for sure. The Mario Dad. He said, so there was one time I was like he had a heart attack. Like he had so many heart attacks and strokes over the years, guys, like just absolute scad tons of them. And, so he had this heart attack at one point in time, And my then wife at the time and I went to the hospital to go see him. And he's laying on this gurney in the emergency room.
Attention all personnel. Welcome new recruits to the land of the future. All recruits report to orientation, that is all.
Thank you, Manda. So we went to the hospital and we went to the emergency room, and I bent down to give him a hug, and then my then wife bent down to give him a hug, and she was kind of like wearing a low cut shirt. And so when she bent over, he's like, ooh, wait, hold it right there. I've got the perfect view to take me home, and he was like staring right down her shirt, So yeah, that was dad. Kind of dad in a nutshell right there. He was a very, very weird guy. I have this weird dichotomy though with him because, he was abusive when I was growing up when he was drinking.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, I'm in danger indeed. But, when he quit drinking, after that, he became really one of the greatest of guys ever. I mean, he would bend over backwards to help anybody out, but he would make like these Afghans that were really awesome, like Jolene over there is crocheting right now, she's really good at it. He was really good at it too. Like, but he would do it to keep his hands busy, just cause he was an alcoholic, so, and he did like the most amazing ones, but, just a really weird guy. I got my weirdness from him for sure. So you only knew the good one. Right. Exactly. And it's kind of, I mean, that's the one that I remember the most, you know what I mean? There are days where like, I'll wake up and PTSD kind of things end up happening, you know what I mean? But, like by and large though, I don't ever think about that guy, but I think about the one that like he became once the alcohol got out of his system and stuff, and he was really, I mean, again, he would bend over backwards for anybody, and even when he was drinking, he was along those lines. It's just, the whiskey kind of changed it a little bit, but, yeah, it's like, and he was one of those people like, again, because of his heart issues, I think actually quitting drinking was what led to his death, honestly, because and all of the problems that he had, because one side effect of drinking alcohol is that it will actually eat the cholesterol that's in your veins. So it's kind of recommended if you have cholesterol problems, drink a glass of red wine a day, and it will help to actually dissolve a lot of that bad cholesterol that's in there. And so when he quit, one of the problems that he encountered was that his body like started to really like manufacture cholesterol. It started getting out of control. So he had to have six different bypass operations. And then he had pig veins put in all over his body, and then he had synthetic veins put in all over his body. And all of them ultimately, failed. But he was given at one point in time only about 6 months to live because he was so, unhealthy. He had so many heart issues going on, and he ended up going for another 20 years after that. So he always said that like he lived his life with the thought in mind that, if he was only given 6 months, he lived another 20. Every day after that 6 months for him was a gift, and he wanted to make sure that gift got returned to people too. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like, that's how he had changed after the drinking, left him. So, yeah, so many they couldn't do, and they literally had done the maximum amount that they were allowed to do. Like they could not do another thing to him other than just to let him go, and he still kicked around for another 2 years after that. So, I wasn't as close to him as I wanted to be, because again, back in that time, I hadn't like come to the terms with everything as I have today, but still, the amount that I got to know him throughout the years was really good, you know. So it's just unfortunate that the other siblings in the family and by extension their children and the children of their children and the children of their children and so on and so on and so on and ad infinitum kind of carry a lot of other darknesses with them, I guess you could put it. And you know, they're all kind of difficult at best to deal with, you know. So yeah. I learned from his example. I was supposed to die in 2007. I changed almost everything about myself. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And it's made a big difference. I mean, you've kicked around now for another 14 years afterwards, you know? So, and I plan on keeping you for much, much longer. So you are not allowed to let things go. You are Bill both. So I know Jolene would feel the same way about me too. So, not going anywhere. I plan on living forever. I don't think anybody would want me in the afterlife. I don't think I'd be welcome. Okay, so let me see if I can do something about these lips.
I will be right back.
No. You are not allowed. You're probably going to go pee again, aren't you?
How did you know?
Because you pee all the time. Save me from this hell that my listeners are putting me through. My goodness. Liam. Right in the middle of me moving lips, too. Love you too,
No
Ben.
matter how many times you die, it is always disconcerting. Open counseling is now available with Dr. Williams for those who are suffering from post-death nervous disorder.
Right, exactly. That's about where I'm at right now. Oh my goodness. Okay. With that note, yeah, so it's a good thing Jolene got up to pee when she did. All right, so do those look better as far as the lips goes? Is that a better positioning for it? And should I like right indeed. Okay. Okay then. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's better in that position there. It's kind of weird because, like, you know, the way that I see faces, I don't see them like everybody else does, and it's like I try to do it from memory, like how people's faces are supposed to be, and it's like I always see them like skewed in weird ways. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that I can rely on you guys to help me out, as long as you're not screwing around with me, because you might be. But yeah. I'll run with it from here and see what works out. Yeah. Yeah. My listeners are amazing. Shorten the chin on the left. Like, yeah, like bring it in a little bit this direction here. Yeah. I'll put it on a different layer and we can kind of test it and see what happens. See, I still feel like that cheek is like too far over though too, but I don't know. Maybe that's just my perception screwing with me. And yes, Robin, you absolutely would. The cheeks look good to you? Okay. I'll leave them then. Placement before is a little yeah. Yeah, I do think it looks a little better like that though. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Yeah, a little Habsburg. I appreciate it. Like I said, it's a little weird to me, and this is like why I'm practicing faces so that I can kind of get a better idea when I'm close into the monitor, so that I can get a better attunement to it, you know. The Battle of the Titans has begun. Jolene has brought me carrots, so I'm going to chew on these for a moment.
I have returned.
Eek. You missed them scaring the ever-living crap out of me, and then playing the death sound.
And then playing what?
The death sound.
You had to pee. I had to pee too.
Jolene was peeing. Thankfully, she was not getting my carrots at the same time that she was peeing.
No.
Is it just me, or do you guys like salt your carrots when you eat them too? Or am I just a weirdo?
I don't think I've ever seen you salt your carrots before.
I do.
Do you do regular salt or do you do one of the flavored ones?
The flavored ones. Yeah, well, I'm a saltaholic, so. It's funny because they keep telling Jolene that she needs to cut salt a little bit out of her diet, but her actually sodium on her blood levels is really super low. Salt is not bad. Salt is the flavor of life.
Yeah, the bizarre thing was when I was in the hospital during my surgery and stuff. I got told by more than one person, "You need to increase salt in your diet. You're not eating enough salt." Really? I just had heart surgery. You want me to increase my salt? Okay. Didn't know I wasn't like I was eating normal. I don't know. I don't know. And I wasn't on diuretics yet either, so I mean, I don't know what was going on with my body. But yeah, they were like, "You need to eat more salt." They're like, "There's bags of potato chips you can get. Get a bag of potato." Really? You're encouraging me to, okay. This is a weird.
What kind of weird ass hospital am I in?
Right? Bizarro world. I actually am not a huge fan of carrots, like raw. I prefer them cooked in some sort of way. Like, I'll eat them raw, but I'd prefer them cooked in some way. I am so sick and tired of eating carrots in a salad. When I was growing up, me and my mom would eat dinner with my grandparents all the time, and they always got the salad brand that always had like the shaved carrots in with it. And I just never cared for that.
I don't like carrots in salad either.
Yeah, I am totally with you. It's like, I love salad. I love salad. You can put anything else in it for the most part, but
I love cheese in salad.
Yeah. You like what?
Cheese.
Cheese. I like eggs. I like hard-boiled eggs. I'm not a fan of hard-boiled eggs like by themselves, unless you're making them deviled. But hard-boiled eggs all cut up in a salad. Oh my gosh, that is amazing to me. You're over ranch.
A good Cobb salad. Oh my God. I love Cobb salad. You know, with the hard-boiled eggs and the blue cheese and...
See, my favorite
cheese
salad.
And onions and everything, man. It's oh God, I love a good... I have been craving a big Cobb salad for a while now. And I don't do salads. Like...
Attention all personnel. Due to conditions beyond our control, we regret to announce that lunch is now being served.
That's a perfect one.
Ooh, I love Caesar and like a cranberry with honey mustard or onion dressing. My like all-time favorite salad, Meyer. Meyer had this salad. What was the dressing? I'm trying to remember what the dressing was. But like, it was one of those where it came with the dressing and it was, is it quinoa? Is that how it's pronounced?
Quinoa, yeah.
Yeah. So it had quinoa in it. Goodness, what all was in it? It's been so long. It's been years since I've had it. But it had quinoa and it had like this really delicious dressing, and that was my favorite salad I have ever had. As far as a simple salad that I can make, my favorite is spinach with grapefruit. Yes, grapefruit. And like oil, vinegar, like just mix it together and seasonings, blah blah blah. Except now I'm on lots of medication, so I can't have grapefruit.
She's so depressed about not being able to have grapefruit anymore.
Was it the strawberry? No, it wasn't the strawberry one. The strawberry one, that's the one that had like the walnuts with it and stuff. It wasn't that one, but that one was really good too. They have a cranberry crunch with Vidalia onion dressing. See, that would be good. We don't have a Meyer around here. I wish we did. I love Meyer.
I worked there for a long time. Their food is really good.
You don't have Kroger. Yeah, we have a Kroger and a Walmart where we are. And then I do like a Caesar salad.
Neither of
too.
which are very good.
No, they're both sad. Like, the Walmart has more bulk stuff, and then the Kroger has more frozen stuff. It's, yeah. You don't have a grocery store. So how far do you have to travel to get to one? You have Dollar General and a gas station. We have like 3 Dollar Generals where we live. I don't
Right,
know
yeah.
why we have 3 of them. I think 1 is all we need.
We're a
but we
town
have
of like
3.
5,000 people and we've got $3 Generals. What the crap?
We have a Dollar Tree. So it's like, why do we have 3 Dollar Generals and only 1 Dollar Tree? I mean, and we don't have a Family Dollar. It's like we may as well just have one of each. I don't get why we have. And then gas station. And then you said you drive to Fort Wayne. We have a gas station that's real close to where we are, and they have like really good. They have like sandwiches. Ira just lied to you all and said, "Oh, I don't eat salads very much," but he keeps getting their salads at this gas station. So don't listen to his lies.
Lies.
And then, but yeah, the gas station's pretty cool. And then there's like another gas station that I'm kind of liking, but I've only gone there once. So, but yeah, and they have good ham salad too at the gas station that's near us. And they have they have hot cheese. Ooh, hot pepper cheese. Oh, it is really good.
Oh, their pepper cheese is really good.
We
They do a sandwich that's like salami, pepperoni, ham, and hot pepper cheese, and wow, it is so good. So good. That's cool. That's cool. At least you got something there.
Yeah, that's good that you at least have something. That's always nice. Right, yeah. Of course, it's probably full of chemicals, which is why I garden. One year we almost put up a greenhouse when we lived at the other place. And then the people that was helping us kind of pooped out, but
I was so disappointed about it. I wanted to build that greenhouse so bad, but my
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
it is unacceptable indeed. We got it like almost all the way built, and like right at the end when we're supposed to put up the panels and stuff, that's when everybody pooped out. And unfortunately, that same year is when my pain issues really started kicking in bad. And it's like I was wiped. There was just no way I could do it. And so I was so mad. I was so disappointed. I'm like, I wanted so badly to build this for Jolene because she wanted to do gardening so bad. And our yard, like it wouldn't have been great for it, you know? But what we were wanting to do, what we were originally planning to do, was to set up an aquaponics setup in it. And so we got like all kinds of all the stuff, right? All the stuff that it would take to do the aquaponics stuff. But we couldn't end up finishing it. It really sucked. I was so disappointed.
Well, see, the thing is, I don't know how to do any of it, so I couldn't have been bullheaded and been like, well, I'm going to do it myself. So, yeah, it was kind of, well, okay. We're building a sort of high tunnel. Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, exactly. Those high tunnels are really cool. You can get a lot of stuff in there.
It's like I feel bad because it's like Seth really badly wants to garden, and it's like I do too, but it's like I don't have a green thumb. I have tried kind of vaguely, and then
Jolene's got a just to try it because she needed to have greenery around. We got her a spider plant or a snake plant, sorry, to have on the desk.
Yes, because after my surgery, I was pretty much stuck at the desk that Ira's at right now. Which there's no window. There's no window. There's no nothing. It's darkness, and it's like I really need to see green because I was at a time where I couldn't go outside because going outside was that just walking to the door was too much for me, let alone going down the steps and stuff. So I needed something to make me think of outside because I'm a big time outdoor person. I love to be outdoors, and like I am excited for next year. It's like holding back this year, I'm focusing on healing.
Yeah. She definitely murders them. Mario death for sure.
So yeah, next year my plan is to be outdoor more, so during that time I was just like, honey, I need a plant, I need something. So we looked up what plants can handle. Trouble has returned. Well, welcome back, beauty.
Hello, beauty.
So yeah, I looked up what kind of plants can handle low light because of Ira's eyes and stuff, we can't have we don't have much natural sunlight, let alone.
Attention all personnel. Good news, reinforcements have arrived. As the trunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
I don't think I'm too slow.
Hold on.
I'm the slowest. I am the slowest person.
Wait, but your fall damage.
3 minutes.
Wizard.
He's like super worried about the fall damage.
Wizard, hey man, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How's things going out there? How are you doing? And tell me all about what you've been up to here this evening. What has been going on? We're just here doing art. Right now, I am working on a face, trying to get the face to work correctly. Jolene up there, my Dearheart, is up there in the corner working on a little bit of crochet work, making a bag for me. So, yeah, and it's really good to have you guys here. So for those of you guys just tuning in to me for the first time, hello, my name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. And, Blind Dad is currently trying to do a little bit of blind art a little badly, probably. Never thought I'd see the day you would look the other way. So we had it all figured out. I need a lyric right here, but I don't have it just yet. I can't believe that I once thought I'd spend the rest of time with you. Everything was fine until I faced the truth. And I'd rather be someone
Somewhere else where I could find some peace of mind. But here comes trouble, once again dressed to the nines. There you go.
That was awesome, Viz. I like that. That is cool. That is cool. So, yeah, awesome. I love your stuff over there, man. You are awesome, and definitely everybody that's listening right now, make sure you guys check him out too. He is so entertaining. Does a little something different every time, and I love tuning into his shows and hanging out. Just an absolutely amazing human being.
Hello, let's be best friends. Hello, let's be best friends.
Thank you for the follow, Chloe. I appreciate it. Nice to have you here as well. And I'm trying to catch up with the chat to make sure I'm seeing everybody. So Chloe and let me see. I know there was another name. Where is it? I'm a blind guy, so I'm trying to get this done here. You know what I mean? But maybe it was Beauty. Maybe I just saw Beauty's name come across. And Beauty. Who cares about Beauty? Nah, I'm kidding. Right, exactly. Oh, you're almost at 380 followers. Really? That's cool. That's awesome. I know, Beauty. You know I'm messing with you. But anyways, so for those of you guys that have not encountered me before, well, I do try to do art as best as I can. I do have a lot of issues with my eyes. I'll show you an example of how my eyes work right here. This is a picture of the moon, and as you can see, the moon has many other versions of the moon with it. Rip indeed. So this is basically how my eyes work. Every single thing that exists does this to me. There are multiple versions of it all superimposed over each other. I basically see too much instead of too little because my eyes are pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped. So it's a little bit of a problem, but I try to do what I can in between the vision issues. So I have my monitor on an arm that I get like within a couple inches of my face, and just roll with it. Try to see what I can get. But for those of you guys that are curious as to the other kind of things that I can do with this stuff, let me go ahead and show you here real quick. I've got a thingy. It's a thingy. Yes, there we go. So here's a couple of different art pieces that I've created while on stream and that kind of thing. So you just hit 327. Wow, you're at 327 now too, Beauty. That is cool. That is cool. Congrats. You guys are doing awesome. Yeah, Dearheart, you hadn't followed him yet, had you? I had her watching you with me the other day, but I didn't realize that she hadn't actually hit the follow on you yet. So there you go. Now you know. So anyways, yeah, there you go. There's a couple of little examples of some things that I can do and can't do and all that kind of good stuff. But does it help having the monitor up close? Like the closer something is, less imposed. Yeah. So basically, I can have like more of a definition if it's closer and flatter. So the flatter things are, the more defined they are to me, and the closer things are, the more defined they are to me. So like my microphone sitting right here, I can see it reasonably clearly. And then as it extends out from there, things get more and more progressively worse. And so the more depth things have, the harder it is as well. So it's like, it's kind of a mess. You know what I mean? Like all the way around. If I'm feeling up to it, I'm going to be doing something for it on Sunday. I told people, Peter I'd keep him in the loop. Gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, so you guys are going to see me like do strange things with my face, other than the fact that my face exists. I do a lot of squinting and like kind of like putting my hands like this and stuff, because it helps to kind of clarify the definition slightly. For a point of reference for you guys, the E that's on the eye doctor's wall and that kind of thing, how you Oh, can you see the big E? Well, for me to be able to actually tell that that thing is an E, it would have to be about 20 feet tall in order to define the edges enough for me to say, hey, that's an E, without having to do any squinting or any kind of work at it, basically. So, yeah, it's fun. I've been dealing with it now for about 12 years, but I've kind of gotten accustomed to it. If I'm dealing with things that are like at home and that sort of thing, I've got good muscle memory for where things are and that kind of stuff, so I don't just trip over everything. But if we leave the house or go anywhere that I'm not familiar with or whatever, then I use a cane to help me get by so I can see where things are, quote unquote, and try to, not face plant into a wall or murder anybody else. So, let's see. Also, examples of his art are showing down in the corner, and he's taking commissions now. Oh, big sister plugging. Yeah, I am doing commissions at this point. I just opened myself up to that last week. And it's a little scary. Up until about a week and a half ago, I actually never showed anybody my art process or anything like that. I've got a lot of bad experiences when it comes to my creativity, a lot of PTSD with it, but I figured, okay, I want to try to help people like learn maybe new methods of doing things, that they might not have tried out before when it comes to art. And because I have to start things off in weird ways, I kind of, I guess you could say, take a unique twist on things. I can show you. Give me 1 second here. I'll load up a different thing here. There was one that I was in the midst of. Now I have not finished it. But I'm kind of in the midst of it, and I'm taking a break from it. But this is, pardon the booty. But this is one of the examples of things that I can do once I start getting a little bit more definition going. I'm so proud of these freaking feet. I love them. Love those feet. Anyways, let me bring this back to full screen here. There you go. How this started was by splotching some paint on the canvas and running with it from there. So this little paint splotch right here has become this. So like what I do is I splat paint on the canvas, and then I do a little bit of like cloud watching to see if I can pick something out of the mess. Look at that booty. Exactly. See if I can pick something up out of the mess that I can then run with to make, a more defined picture. So I kind of look at it like I am staring into a different dimension with a camera, taking the first picture. And then as I get more definition going on with it, it, kind of gets more and more pictures taken and that kind of stuff. So yeah, the booty and the feet are both on point. Yeah. I'm really proud of it. Like, I have not touched basically from the waist up with this picture. It's kind of like the basics are there just to show me where the highlights might be once I'm getting, further. But I kind of stopped working on things right here, and I just haven't done much of anything with up here, So this area is definitely more feature complete, I guess you could say. And then up here is where, things get a little more wonky because it hasn't had any definition done to it. So that's really amazing. I was always nervous to show any of my music to other people because they usually tuned it out when where is it? Tuned it out when I showed it to them in person, but having a community on Twitch actively watching me makes music so much more fun, and it really helps me to make more. That is really cool. That is really cool. And that is one of the things that I've kind of found myself with this is that the community here on Twitch has been absolutely gloriously amazing to me. And I cannot thank the community enough for being who and what they are, I was terrified coming here. I really was. I'll give you an example of like some of the PTSD that I've had to deal with as far as like my creativity is concerned. So I am an author as well. And I've got 14 books and dozens of short stories that are published, but each one of those was very difficult for me to write because, throughout my life, multiple times, I've had everything that I have written destroyed in one way or another. So one of my exes, for instance, took everything that I wrote, threw it into a bonfire, and told me never to effing create anything again. And it just kind of progressed from there. You know what I mean? So I've always had a bad time trying to get things started because it's always in the back of my head that I'm worthless, you know? Throw the blindness in on top of that now, which started kicking in about 12 years ago. And it kind of gets that much more easy for me to like derail myself, you know? So, only reason I did was because of being able to donate. Yeah. So I was real nervous about coming to Twitch. Like when I first started on Twitch a month and a half ago, I was doing gaming because that's what everybody does on Twitch, right? And then kind of randomly I discovered, oh wait, people are doing art here too, right? So I started watching some of the people from the art community and I was like, you know what? I kind of had a big set of conversations with my wife, who is, again, up there in the corner. Started having big conversations with her about like, what am I capable of? What are things that I could show? What are things that I could do? Sorry about the noise here. My microphone, I gotta replace this microphone arm. It is like so freaking squeaky. I just touch again. It just, you know. But anyways, I didn't know if I was ready to share the process, because up until this time, the only person who's ever seen me actually create any of my artwork is my wife. And I barely even liked letting her watch because, again, of the creativity issues that I've had. But I saw that a lot of people in the community were really kind, you know, like really kind people, really good-hearted people. And I'm like, okay, well, let me start and let's see what happens, right? So as soon as I started and people started to kind of filter in, more and more people said, wow, this is really cool, or wow, this is really neat, or wow, I'm learning something here, and that kind of thing. And that has helped me with my confidence levels so much. Like, that it's to the point where when it comes, you know, the 8 o'clock hour, when I come live, I'm actually looking forward to it. Like, what am I going to create today? You know, what's going to happen today? What am I going to see come out on the palette today or whatever? And that's something I've not experienced before, you know? And that to me is like probably the biggest testament to how good you guys are. It's because of you. And I can't thank you enough for literally changing my life. My wife has noticed that I smile a lot more nowadays. She's noticed that I feel a lot less like confined and depressed and anxious and all of that stuff. As I did even 2 and 3 months ago, you know. I had a real bad set of experiences the last time that I did streaming, when I was doing radio show hosting. I hosted radio shows for 6 years, and the end of it was just an absolute nightmare. To the point where like I went into hermitage for 2 years. So, I was nervous about coming back online again, you know what I mean? Not online in general, but I mean, you know, doing streaming work and stuff. Yeah, you guys have been just absolute godsends, you know? And I can't thank you guys enough for being who and what you are.
And I have returned, by the way.
And you have returned, yes. So just throwing it out there for you guys that this has been like a really good experience. And so because I understand where you're coming from with things, like as far as the music and stuff goes too, because it's the same with me. Like, I feel like when we came to Twitch, it's like my family has been through so much darkness the past few years, and it's like we're getting embraced by this hippie, in the best of terms, commune that is just full of love and light and open arms and everything. And it's like, I just don't know how to take it, you know? Cause I'm not accustomed to that. But it's been absolutely wonderful. So yeah, that's kind of me in a nutshell. And, for those of you guys, again, that are here for the first time, I'm a big supporter of mental health. Obviously, you know, I have some mental health stuff myself, that I deal with the PTSD, and I have been diagnosed bipolar, and, you know, on and on and on. There's a lot of different things, you know, that I've had to deal with. My kiddos, one of my kiddos is severely autistic. Another kiddo is schizoaffective. They're, you know, and I've got 2 kids that are involved in LGBT community. One of them is poly, one of them is trans. I mean, it's like, you know, I'm a big supporter and a big, my whole purpose for this community here is to be a community with you guys. I want you guys to get to know each other. I want you guys to care about each other's lives. You know, yes, I'm here, but I'm not, this isn't just me. I want it to be you too. You see what I mean? So getting love from strangers is, well, I mean, you know, depending on which kind of love and which kind of strangers, I mean, a lot of people are really into that, you know, but beyond that, yes, it is a really strange experience, you know, but it's good because it's something that I have sought my whole life. You know, I've never had a community. I've barely even had friends, you know, so it's weird, but I really like it. And you guys have been great. So there you go. So as far as this art is concerned, right now I'm trying to practice faces because faces are a little bit rough for me. I have not been able to see faces normally for a long time. So I'm kind of working off of memory, and I'm getting help from you guys in the community here to help me get the proportions and stuff correct because, well, you know, I have issues with it because I can't see it straight. You see what I mean? So
beauty.
Beauty says it all like, Belial and I are leaving. We're done with you. You know, but no, I know. Be safe, Beauty. Have a good night. And if I don't see you again before tomorrow or whatever, have a great rest. And, you know, be safe tomorrow as well. So much love to you.
This is very quickly becoming a favorite channel of mine. Keep rocking, man. Do what you do, and enjoy it. And peeps like us will just swish on in, hugging face.
Thank you, Chloe. Seriously, that you're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I will say, excuse me. I will say that any donations that I get, any bits that I get, subs that I get, and that kind of thing, it really, I know a lot of people are like, yes, it goes to help me, you know, pay rent and stuff like that. But legit, it helps me feed my family. Being disabled, I'm kind of in a bad position here because I worked for many years through my life, but for whatever reason, even though I worked a lot of years and I made pretty decently during those years, the amount of disability that I get per month is $600. And I have no problems stating these things because my life is an open book with everybody, you know? So it's kind of pitiful. It's woefully low, you know what I mean? But so it really is a truth for me that, like, you know, you really are helping to feed my family here. I've got 5 people living in the house here. You know, we have a big family to feed, and it's not cheap these days. So I thank you deeply from the bottom of my soul for helping me to do that. So it's much appreciated. And I hope that I can give as much back in return as what you guys give to me. So I just hope that I'm worthwhile. So there you go. And I want to be in that position too, Chloe. I do. It's like, I know how hard it is out there, you know. The amount that I get, it doesn't even pay rent, you know. So it's like we stretch a lot to make sure that we can survive. So, but like I said, you know, this community here, I love all of you, and I know that may sound strange to have some weird old guy on the internet tell you how much he loves you or whatever, but it is true. The one thing that I like to do with my streams is to make sure that you guys realize this: no matter who you are, no matter what you're going through, you are worthy of being loved, and don't ever let anybody teach you any different. The only thing that anybody can ever expect of you is that you're the best that you can be in that moment in time. And that doesn't always mean being the best, right? It just means being the best that you can be in that moment. Sometimes that's nothing more than getting up in the morning, getting a bite to eat, and going back to bed. Sometimes that's all we can do. Sometimes that's it. That's the limit of our capabilities. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody else should ever expect anything else of you. Okay? So, the biggest lesson that I had to learn, and it's still a very difficult learning process for me, is to be gentle with myself. And my dear darling over there has tried to help me learn that lesson for many years, and it's been a hard one for me to learn. But I'm getting there, and I hope that in the process of me getting there, I can help you guys get there too, you know? So your problems don't keep you from working, so I try to help out anyone I can. It's so weird, you know, because, okay, I'm a guy, you know, and I was raised as a guy, right? If I'm not working, then I feel useless, kind of a thing, you know what I mean? So that's kind of one of the reasons why I started streaming a long time ago. I started out on YouTube, which I'm glad to be getting away from, because God, the toxicity over there is outrageous. But it was really hard for me when I first got the diagnosis and was told, you know, you're probably not going to work anywhere again. That took me a while to get through. You know what I mean? Like, it took me a while to get through. I think, what was it, hun? I probably went into a depression for a good couple of years after that, right? At least.
Yeah, at least.
I did get through it for the most part. It still affects me, you know, but it's like, as a guy, we're so raised with this mentality of, you know, if you're not working, you're useless, you know, and that kind of stuff. And it's like, I hate that. I really do. I hate that people get told that. 'Cause that's one of the most usable weapons that my brain will use against me. You know what I mean? It's sort of where the head space goes, you know, you're freaking useless, you know, to myself, not to anybody else, but to myself. Right. Because again, this is what was hammered into me, you know? So it took me a while to get through the fact that, you know, I'm not going to be able to go work somewhere, because the hard part with my particular kind of blindness is that I could go to work somewhere depending on what it is, but the accommodations that would have to be done would make it so outrageous for me to be able to try to get by with it that it would not be worth them hiring me, honestly. I've tried. I could go work at McDonald's, but I'd have to faceplant myself down into the grill to be able to tell when the burger's done, you know, or to tell even where the burger is. You know what I mean? Like, and so it's like, or I'd have to, you know, get down into the fryer, you know, dangerously close to the fryer to be able to see like where my hand is going to grab the fryer, you know, to pull it up. And so it's like, what do I do with this? Because every day my vision changes for the worse. The disability that I have, the type of thing that I have, again, is my eyes are pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped, and I have a massive amount of scarring that are on my corneas. And every day I can wake up with a new scar appearing, which means that my vision, I have to relearn how to see through that scar that has now appeared there. Top it all off, every time that my heart beats, the whole world pulses with it, you know? So it's like all of these things combined. Where am I supposed to work? What am I supposed to do with this situation? You know what I mean? So, right, exactly. See, Robin's my sister. So, she knows like that's exactly how things are, you know, with all of us here. It's like, it's heinous, you know, it's such a heinous mindset to get put on you, you know, through your growing up years, especially as a male, you know? Okay, so I got to go back to chat here. So Viz says, during pandemic, that's all I could do, just eat and sleep. Yeah, I get you on that one. A lot of people ended up having to do that. So I stayed on disability leave from work until it maxed out and had to either go back to work or retire early. Right, yeah. Stand up on your own, be a man. I hate that phrase so much. I really do. I really do. It's like it's such a killer, you know? It's like so many people have anxiety issues and stuff. And usually they're like subtle anxiety issues, but that singular phrase can destroy a life. It really can. It can send you into such a depression that you cannot get yourself out of because, okay, be a man, you're supposed to work. Okay, well, I can't work or I can't find a job, right? So I'm going to get more into a depression, which means that I'm going to have less energy to be able to go out and find a job, which means that I'm going to be even more depressed, which means that I can't go out and find. It's like it's such a vicious freaking circle and you can't get yourself out of it, you know, until something either breaks or you break, right? It's like it's a mind killer. It really is. It sucks. You still get asked if you're going back to work. Yeah, where are you supposed to work, Robin? Right? Luckily, I can earn money through art, but definitely hear the, how are you going to get a job? Yeah. My dad still compares all of us together, and I'm always the, be like your brother. It's so negative. Ugh. See, I hate when parents compare siblings too, because every single person is different. You know, I mean, I've got 3 kiddos and every one of them is completely, vastly different from the others. And they all have different skill sets. They all have different capabilities and incapabilities, you know? And the only thing that we as parents are responsible for is to teach them to be decent human beings. That's it. That's the only thing that we have a responsibility to do, you know? To do anything else, I think, is just really... It's almost like it's a property kind of a situation, you know. So for instance, you know, if your child comes to you and like reveals that they're gay or trans or lesbian or whatever the case may be, so many parents like react with this evilness to their kid and then wonder why their kid doesn't want to have anything to do with them anymore, you know. Well, you just broke their trust in every conceivable way. You just like literally disparaged the biggest part of their life. Is it any wonder they don't want to have anything to do with you? I wouldn't want to have anything to do with you, you know? So, that kind of thing really does come from almost an ownership kind of a mentality. But like when my kids came out to me, the only thing I was like, are you happy? Okay, go take out the trash. You know, I mean, it's like,
not only that, it was also a thing of knew.
We already knew, yeah. we were already well aware of it. You know, as long as if you know your kids, you're going to be aware of the fact that they're gay or whatever. You know, you can see it. You know, you can see what happens. So, I ended up breaking, and now I live with my seizures forever now. It's truly a super negative mindset. So you have a seizure disorder then. Okay. Seizures are definitely nothing to mess with. That's for sure. We one of our kids, Ollie B, who streams here on Twitch as well. When they first started having a lot of problems, they were falling down, and would actually go into seizing kind of things. And so at first we thought that it was a seizure disorder that they were suffering with. And so we went through a lot of different testing and stuff like that, sleep stuff, and you name it. We went through it. Come to find out, it wasn't actually a seizure disorder. What they have is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. So every time that they would go from sitting to standing, or laying to sitting, or sitting to standing, they would go through a faint kind of a thing, which would then end up triggering like the seizure-like actions. But it wasn't actually like seizures that were happening, thankfully, because that's such a rough diagnosis. It really is. That's a hard one. Catch up here a little bit. Sorry, guys. I've always told my boys to not let others dictate their life. If they like something, don't let someone else tell you otherwise. Right? Exactly. Like, I always hated when parents did the whole, this is a boy thing and this is a girl thing. It's like, no, it's a thing. It doesn't matter. It's not a boy or a girl thing. Boys and girls can get into whatever the hell they want to get into. I always thought it the height of irony, because I grew up in the 80s when us guys had like the G.I. Joes and all that kind of stuff, He-Man and, all that kind of thing. And, they were dolls. We were playing with dolls, whether or not they were army guys or not, they were still dolls. It just, I don't know. Hypocrisy drives me crazy. I came up by, my mom was super understanding. She's my best friend. My father, though, I try to limit our interaction. It's never been enough. Yeah, that's hard too. Manda. God, I love his hair. I would kill to have his hair. It's awesome. It's fabulous. Don't ever cut it, man. If he wants to cut it, I would cry. When I earned my Eagle Scout, that was the only time he said he was proud. Ooh, darn chat room keeps bouncing on me. I'm sorry. I gotta go back to it here. Okay, so when I earned my Eagle Scout, that was the only time he said he was proud. And even then, it wasn't even compared to how my grandpop said it. Ugh. So he sounds like a pretty cold person overall then, to me. I'm sorry you had that experience with him. The only thing that I can hope is that my kids don't ever like have any like regrets about how I interacted with them as they get older. It's the only thing I can do. He's asked to cut it before because teachers kept pressuring him. Geppetto was calling. Oh yeah. I would too. I mean, at least you have one parent that you can go to with trust factor, at least there's something. A lot of kids don't have, either. And that's unfortunate. I try to make this here, a good space that if somebody wants to come in here and talk about the things that they have going on, it's like, that's why I named myself Blind Dad Does. I am a dad. I kind of like, I give great virtual dad hugs, so I try to be as supportive, and be the voice that people can hear that says that, look, the stuff that you're going through in your life, it's okay. And you're okay. And you're going to be okay. Sometimes it's helpful to have, a guy, a father figure, quote unquote, that says those words because so few people hear it, Sorry, needed to take a drink there. Dad was raised by my grandpap, which was super harsh. I don't hold it against him too much. It's how he was taught to be. Just sad to see it happen. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're all kind of products of our raising, in certain ways. Sometimes we can see what we're doing and we can kind of change those ways if we desire. But that's not an easy thing when you've been taught from the ground up to be a certain way, you know. It's hard to break that conditioning, and it does take a lot of work, and a lot of people aren't willing to put in enough energy to make that kind of thing happen. It's like with anything, if you want to change something in your life, the amount of energy that you have to put into it to change it is the same amount of energy that it took to create it in the first place, you know. So it's like if you're in depressions and stuff like that, and you are trying to work your way out of it, it almost is like it takes as much energy in the opposite direction, you know, to get you back to that balance level. And it's very difficult to do that. You know, sometimes it's hard to focus enough to be able to do it. And sometimes you don't, what is the term? Spoons. Sometimes you just don't have enough spoons to do it, you know? But all we can do is give things our best shot, you know, give things our best shot. He came to me and he said he only got it cut because she kept pressuring him. I had a whole talk about how he's in control of his body and what he likes. Not even I can make those decisions as long as they're harmless. Right, exactly. And that teacher taught him a very, very freaking bad lesson that day. That's for damn sure. That is despisable. I told my kids, I don't care who they love, that's their heart. Right? Exactly. Unless it's an abusive a-hole, then mama's going to deal. Right? Exactly. That's what I was saying, you know. It's like, to me, the only responsibility that we have as parents is just to make sure that our kids are decent human beings. And the only thing I want for my kids is for them to be happy, no matter what that might be. You know, I've got, again, one kid who's poly. I've got one who's trans, and one who he's severely autistic. But we're sure that if it wasn't for that and the social issues that he has and so on and so forth, that he would probably be gay. You know, and me and mama have zero problems with any of it. You know, the only thing that we want is for them to be happy, no matter what that might be. You know, and quite frankly, what our kids do in their bedrooms is none of our business. You know, it's not the parents' business, you know? So
which will fast. Speaking of what you just said, so our oldest, you know, just the other day, I want to say 2 days ago, he finally admitted that there is a picture of a guy that he ran across. Well, it's a book cover of his. He showed it to us and he says, this guy is handsome. Like, he admitted, and that's the first time he's ever like openly said something like that about the opposite sex. And it's like, oh, he's breaking out, he's doing it, you know, at least, you know, realizing that just because you're a guy doesn't mean you can't, you know, look at the opposites or at the same sex and be like, they're attractive, you know?
Right, exactly. I mean, I can look at a guy and go, okay, yeah, he's oof, yeah, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't get why people have such a hang up about all of that stuff. It just drives me crazy, you know? I don't know. It's the puritanical stuff, I guess. So I'm going to read this out because this is a really good message, you know? Chloe said, for the whiteboard that they have on the bathroom, one that's always on it is the line from, you is smart, you is kind, you is important. Exactly. This is, it's really important to like be positive to yourself. Like Jolene and I, we've been doing something over the past couple of months, and yes, I'm going to agree that it's helping, Jolene. I'm going to say it on the air again. Make sure you clip this.
Yes, I will clip it now that I know how.
Jolene and I, over the past couple of months, we've been doing this kind of gratitude thing each night before she goes to bed. I sleep during the day, much to her chagrin, but I worked third shift for so many years that I kind of have that reverse circadian rhythm going on. But what we do every night before she goes to sleep is we do this kind of like gratitude ritual. So, name 3 things that you're grateful for in general, So we each say 3 things that we find gratitude with. Then we say what 3 positive things happened in that day. And then what is something about yourself that you love, and then what did you do today that you're proud of? So,
yes, gratitude journal. Yes.
Do it. Gratitude journal. Right. Yeah. She does. She's been doing a gratitude journal for a number of years now. And it's really helped her out a lot,
I used to have a separate book for gratitude journal, which sadly I don't have, but the cover was awesome. It had like a long-winded thing and it was great. But now I do it in my bullet journal. I have a bullet journal, so I do my gratitude in it every day. So like what I do is in the morning, I'll write down what I'm in general grateful for. And then before I go to bed, I'll write down what I'm grateful that happened that day. And then of course the stuff that me and I do together too. So
and I will admit it's been helpful. Yes, I admitted it. It's helpful.
Yes, he was very stompy feet about doing it when I first had us start and do it. Like he was very, very refusing. Like, no. It's like, no, you're going to do it. I ain't going to sleep till you do it.
It has been a help. And it's funny because like since starting to do it, I have noticed a lot of changes in my life and in my attitudes and in my interactions with people. And it's been during that period of time that I've also started doing the Twitch stuff, so it's like I'm finding more and more reasons to be grateful. And it's kind of like the universe is like, okay, finally you're learning this freaking lesson. It took you 50 years, dude. Are you going to be okay now? Kind of a thing. But, much as I play act stompy feet, I do enjoy it. So, but I'm a guy and I have to be stompy feet about this is emotional stuff, even though I'm like actually the emotional one in our relationship. It's kind of funny because I'm more the girl in the relationship than she is. And she's definitely more the guy in the relationship. So
he is not exaggerating.
No, not at all. We definitely have the opposing things going on.
We had chicken legs yesterday and who got messier?
Yeah, by far. I mean, this woman, I'll tell you what, I have seen her murder a chicken carcass like you wouldn't believe. Like, okay, so we went and we got one of those rotisserie chickens and, it's the whole chicken, right? So she was out spreading, taking apart the bones and stuff to get the meat off and all that kind of stuff so everybody could have some chicken, right? So what does she do? Instead of like actually bringing in, oh, I'm going to have a chicken wing or I'm going to have a piece of the chicken breast, she brings in the carcass and she just starts snacking on the carcass, right? And I've seen her do that like
that
with
is
multiple.
my dessert.
Yeah, I've seen her do that with multiple things. Like we'd do turkey and she'd just bring the turkey carcass in and just be like, I'm just munching here for the next 2 hours, just leave me alone. I'm over here. And she is like covered head to toe in grease and chicken grease. And it's like, you do you over there, honey. I'm just going to be over here.
Me, caveman.
Right. But she enjoys it. So, whatever she enjoys, I'm all for. I'm all for. I just want to see her happy. So yeah, it's like my life has definitely taken a turn, for the better over the years. Before I met Jolene, I was a miserable bastard. I really was. It was rough. I mean, I had gone through a lot of experiences though. I mean, my first wife tried to kill me on our honeymoon. Second wife was really abusive. Third wife walked out the door in the middle of the night telling me that she didn't want to have anything to do with me and the kids anymore, and just kind of, disappeared into the night, So it's like, I've been through a lot, We were talking earlier about how Robin and I's dad was really abusive. So it's like, been through a lot, and Jolene has changed the life of me and my kids, like in ways that I could never
Paging
describe.
all janitorial staff to the cafeteria. There is soup just everywhere. It's all over. There people have fallen. I mean, honestly, for a hospital, it's not very safe. So if you could get there, that'd be good. Any doctors who are also free, because there's blood mixing with the soup now. Blood orange soup is what I would call it. I failed comedy school. Anyways, so there's an incident happening in the cafeteria. Patients, please avoid the cafeteria. Thank you.
I love that one, Robin. I'm glad you played that one. That is great. I love that one. The Tallow of Pooh was really
I was
good.
just about to comment on that. I was trying to find it, but it's kind of buried, and it'll take me a hot minute to grab it. But the Tallow of Pooh. So I have a book where I actually wrote out. There's many different copies, but I wrote down not the Tao of Pooh, but I wrote down one of the versions of Taoism because I love Taoism. Or Tao, depending on how you want to pronounce it. But yeah, I'm a big lover of that. So I was just going to get it out and be like, I wrote it.
Yeah, it's an interesting philosophy. One of the things that that Jolene has like tried to do over the years is just like study different types of philosophies and just take in every bit of knowledge that humans have done, And
I have a funny story about this.
Yeah.
It's a quick one. So like when I was working, I used to work security at a hardware store, Menards. And one day I was going through Phase, so I was reading all these different books. And this one particular time I was reading, and we still have it. I was reading the Egyptian Book of the Dead. So like, the as much of the true version as they can figure out, the written down and everything, and like the procedures of what they would do and everything. And I brought this to work, and one of the managers got really concerned about me. He would come out and see me reading this, and he legit was like, "Are you okay? Why are you?" It's interesting to read. It's interesting to see, open your mind and open your eyes to other beliefs and see how there's things related and not related. Right. Asian philosophy is so cool. It
really is, yeah.
Shortened to do just be kind and enjoy what you do, and I love that. Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism. I mean, just read out any of them. You'll get a general similarity with, of course, there will be some stark differences as well, but I mean, it's all interesting. So yeah,
they're all kind of like based on the same idealism, though,
So I was reading the Book of the Dead, and he's just like, he was so concerned. So finally he came out and he's like, I have something different for you to read. So he brought me a brochure on how to install a screen door. He's like, will you read this instead? Like, no. At least not right now. No, I'm interested in reading this. He's like, well, I tried. I don't know why it bothered him so much. I mean, I read like one of the books I read before that was like just a random book on feng shui and stuff, and I don't know, but yeah, it was just funny. And I read also the Mayan Book of the
Mayan
Dead.
Book of the Dead, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, he was weird, but he was teasing too. He was honestly teasing. He was really funny. He was like the best manager there. He was great. Like literally cried when he left. He was great. But yeah, he was just so funny.
Very nice guy.
Just came back with the brochure. It was like, instead, and it was so funny.
Very nice guy. Yeah, I love Asian philosophy. It's really cool. I had a weird upbringing when it came to religion. My mom was raised a Catholic. My dad was an atheist. They sent me to a Lutheran school, and we went to a Baptist church. So we had kind of like this weird bit of input going into the brain when it came to different religious stuff, and like I was on the pathway to become a pastor for a while, and kind of abandoned it because I started studying the deeper texts. I went back into the original translations with the Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, and I realized that a lot of the things that were there were a lot different than what the translations today show. And and it makes a lot of like differences in the teachings of things too, compared to what people today are taught with it, So I just couldn't bring myself to stick with it, knowing that I saw the truth of things. I wouldn't be able to like stand on the pulpit and lie to people. You know what I mean? So I kind of walked away from all of that. And it's like at this point in time, I don't know what viewpoints you guys subscribe to or whatever, but I think that at this point, just based on my experiences and the things that I've gone through and the things that I've learned with stuff, I kind of have a deeper understanding of like what Christ was about, than I ever did when I was a professing Christian. Not that I'm religious or anything along those lines. At best, I'm agnostic, I don't think that there's like, I think that there's something that's there, right? But if we were meant to like worship it and all that kind of stuff, that knowledge would be ingrained into us from birth, and it's not. So, I don't think that there's any expectation that that's something that we're supposed to do. It doesn't mean that there isn't anything there though, So
I will say real quick,
yeah.
I highly enjoy reading and respect like the Native American mythos and stuff. Just because of the whole fact of like that, as opposed to most others, has the huge respect to everything has a purpose, everything has a life, everything, you respect the spider, you respect the owl, you respect the vulture, everything, it may not seem like it has a purpose or a place, but it does. And I know it is mentioned in others like, Buddhism and such, but and Taoism, but it's like more so pronounced in the Native American. And I love that how there's the huge connectedness, and that's what I could read forever on those.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on which like tribal culture you're.
I mean, yeah, there's some that like go off in a different direction.
Yeah, like mine, the Miami, Miyamiyaki, we had like a different set of things, but it was all kind of like akin to that, but like really that all boils down to the same thing that Chloe's saying there, the same ideas are found in so many different, religions and that kind of thing that are around the world. It's like a baseline thing of what we humans are supposed to strive to be in some kind of a way. You know what I mean? How you get there doesn't matter. It's just a matter of getting there, and so for me, like, I don't bash anybody for whatever religion they follow or whatever the case may be, or if they don't, or anything along those lines. As long as they're decent human beings, that's all I care about. And for me, if you're using your religion as a way to like, make yourself and the world around you a better place, then God love you, more power to you. We need more of that. Right. But, if you're using it as an excuse to breed hatred or strife in somebody's life, then I'll call you out on it, and I can probably educate you on what your Bible says, because I guarantee you I know it better than you do. So, it's like, because I've done the studies on it, I know the backstories, I know the context, I know all of the goodies that go with it all. You know what I mean? So, I have definitely put people in their place when they have tried to come at me, with different religions and that kind of stuff. But, again, if you're not using it as a reason to hate, I'm not going to even talk about it to you, because more power to you. Some people need it. Some people need that something outside of themselves. And I think most people do really need that something outside of themselves to give them something to strive for, something to focus on, something that they can look at as an ideal and go towards. You know what I mean? Especially when you are trying to get away from learned behaviors that you've had on you for a long time. It's difficult to break out of those things without some kind of thing outside of yourself to focus on as, okay, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? It's needed. So, I'm not one to say, oh, all religions should be banned and they're bad or whatever, just because I don't follow one. You know what I mean? It's no, that's not, there's not truth to that. There's importance to it. There's a reason for its existence, So I hope that all that makes sense. And if that offends you or whatever, I don't make any apologies to it. It's how I feel. So,
and then real fast,
right now, I'm
babies.
listening to an Irish witch read the Tainbo Cain, which is an ancient Celtic text. I think I pronounced that correctly, by the way, too. I'm not sure. But that is really cool, Robin. That is really cool. And then I personally care less. My ex-girlfriends follow Buddhism. Well, I don't follow anything. Just do what you do. Yeah. It's that's it exactly. Just whatever is making you improve as a human being, and helping you to focus on improving the lives of others. Anything else, I don't care. That's all that should matter. My mama is very Christian, and I love that she's so devoted to it and tries to understand it as best she can. The best bit is she doesn't harp on and on about it to others. Yeah. Exactly. And that's the way it should be. I mean, that's what Christ himself tried to teach. If you go to somebody and you give them the truth, the information, and they don't accept it, walk away. There's no, they may accept it later. But, one of the problems that we see happening is that, so many of the Bible bashers out there, will try to, foist upon others this whole belief system. And the problem with that is that they are chasing them away from the belief, and I think that if there is a reality to it, right? Again, going with the assumption that Christianity is the real thing, right? But again, which denomination? There's 52,000 of them, just in Christianity alone. And all of them think they have the right. But anyways, if it is the truth, right? And you go to stand before Judgment Day and God says, well, why did you chase away these people that you had put into your pathway? And they say, well, I tried to convince them. And he says, well, you did it through hatred, and you literally turned them away from any hope of salvation by your hatred. I think there's going to be more accountability for that kind of thing than somebody being gay. You see what I mean? I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. So, anyways, what were you going to say, Jolene? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
You're fine. I was just going to say, you can keep talking, but can I come over and see the Prophet Chris because I think my bag might be the right size for me to start you doing the handles. So okay. You can keep talking. I just
going to steal my tablet away
from
you.
I just want to steal your tablet, so yeah. I'll be over it.
I mean, again, I'm of Native American descent, so a lot of what happened to our people here was based on religious belief. The idea of manifest destiny really caused everything to occur. And that manifest destiny idea came from mistranslations, really, of biblical texts. And so a lot of what occurred was because they needed to take the savage out. You know what I mean? You have the issue of the schools, the boarding schools, quote unquote, where they're now finding hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dead bodies, you know, of children that were literally ripped away from their parents because they were Indian, you know. It has done a lot of harm. And I think that a lot of my issues, like what started my pathway of, you know, disillusion from the religious beliefs was learning. Well, not really learning because I knew it, but like kind of like accepting within myself the fact that a lot of the reason why the belief was there was because it was what I was born into, not, you know, and it was taught to me like from the beginning, not because it's something that has a reality to me. You see what I mean? So that's what kind of like started it. And it's like the knowledge that it was actually, and I'm not trying to bash, right? I'm just using the terms that people these days use so that you can understand where I'm coming from. But it was because of the colonizers brought the belief in. My people then had this belief put onto them, and generationally have like subscribed to since, because they don't know any better. I hope that makes sense. Like it was ripped away from, like their belief was ripped away from them, and this one was put into its place, and therefore this is the one that they now believe. Well, that to me doesn't sit right. You see what I mean? That doesn't sit right within my soul. Top of that, the fact that for us people in America, where religious freedom was the main reason why the whole country was formed to begin with, it was not until 1976 that our people were allowed legally to practice our religions. 1976, guys, you know, like that's within my lifetime. Before that, it was illegal for our people to practice their religious beliefs. You see what I mean? Like it's that's a harsh reality, but it's there. You see what I mean? It was their duty as Christians. Yeah. And like I said, I'm not trying to like be offensive. I'm not trying to start anything or anything like that. Right. I'm just giving information. What you guys do with the information is up to you. How you take it in and how you respond to it is up to you. This is just information. You see what I mean? So, I hope that all that makes sense. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to, you know, break anybody down or anything like that. So, let me catch up with everybody here. Okay. My group has discussed what the knock-on-door Christians would say if we knocked on their door and asked if they had considered the word of Morgan lately. Right. right. Exactly. You know, go. Like I always said, you know, what would be fun is when like those groups come and knock on the door, it's like, okay, yeah, you can come in. Let me talk to you about mine, you know, and strip down and start doing a ritual dance in front of them or something, you know? And, yeah, this is what we do, guys. Sorry. It was their divine right to expand. That's at least how I understood manifest destiny. Right. Exactly. That was their purpose. They felt that they were being called by God to come and, expand the land. And therefore, the people who already existed there, they did everything that they could do to, like, in their mind, consider them to be animals, because then they could do whatever they wanted to them and not have the guilt upon them. You see what I mean? So that's what our people went through. That's what we were treated like. Share and share alike, right? Exactly. I didn't really intend to get into a religious discussion tonight. I do apologize, you know, again, if it's something that bothers people or whatever, but I don't know. Sometimes it's necessary to talk about things too, you know, and sometimes it's necessary to have a space to talk about them where everybody can kind of come with an open mind, you know, and that's the thing. That's the only thing that I expect of people when they come here is to have an open mind to the people that are around, you know. I don't hold what happened in the past against people that are here and now. I hold what they do here and now against them. You see what I mean? Like there's a big difference between the two. Like I don't look at, like, a lot of our people hate white people. And I've always been a big proponent of, look, it's not the people here and now that did the things that happened 100 years ago or 150 years ago or 200 years ago. And the only way to start making some kind of unity out of what has happened is to begin on both sides to acknowledge the wrongs and the rights, and to start practicing some kind of forgiveness in some kind of way, right? So there have to be olive branches on both sides. I know that there is a lot of deep-seated anger. I have it myself over the things that happened, but it's almost genetic, and we have to do what we can do to try to break that cycle of trauma, because we just keep traumatizing ourselves over and over again. Were you going to say something, Jolene? I'm sorry. Well, that was good timing, Beauty. Were you going to say something, Jolene? Good God. Hello, Beauty. You are back.
Welcome back. I was just going to say, as an additional example of what you were saying of, the people here and now, it's not their fault for everything. My family didn't start living here until like World War I era. So it's like my family really did not have much to do with the hardships, so.
Beauty, I love you. You definitely know how to make an entrance. I swear, you must wait there watching and waiting while those channel points accrue and go up, and suddenly, wham! I'm coming in, busting down the door, kicking in. Hello, people! What's up? I love it. I do. I love it. It's great. You make my day, Beauty. You really do. You've missed quite the discussion here. We've had an interesting time discussing some different topics here, and it's been fun. It really has. I hope that everybody has been getting out of it, what we've been trying to put into it. Just, trying to circle around the idea and the thought that like for me, one of the biggest signs of somebody being really intelligent is if they can kind of come at things from different sides of an argument and not really decide for themselves one way or the other what they're going to focus on, until after they've figured it all the sides out. You see what I mean? That to me, I think is one of the best things that people can do. Try to learn as much as you can about something. I mean, there are some, don't get me wrong, there are some things that are just inarguable. Like, don't be racist. That's, come on. Don't be a dick, and don't be anti-LGBT, on and on and on. Like, those things aren't arguable. If you've got something against races or you got something against the LGBT community, then just sit down and shut up. Keep that to yourselves. That's your business. That doesn't have to be everybody else's business. You see what I mean? Those things are unarguable, but everything else You know, I think that we can at least have conversations about, you know, and try to have like some kind of middle ground understanding of where people are coming from with things, you know? You always make sure you have enough. Yeah. Right. Exactly. And you can, and then, I mean, you can have an inherent understanding of like maybe the life cycle that somebody has gone through with their experiences. You know, if you can at least have like a knowledge of what happens, then you're going to have at least some kind of sympathy available for the people that you're facing. You see what I mean? But the secondary problem to that is that, as human beings, one of the problems that humans have is that if they have an emotional attachment to a thing, they can no longer think critically or logically about that thing. So a topic that you have like an emotional attachment to, there's going to be a certain amount of cognitive dissonance that is in the brain regarding that topic. It's just the way that human psychology is. It's like it's hardwired into us. We cannot avoid it. You know what I mean? We can try to train ourselves out of the gut response to it, but regardless, that gut response is probably always going to be there. You see what I mean? So like the media, for instance, knows that this is how things work. I mean, this stuff has been researched for years. You know, this is very, very, very well known as far as human psychology is concerned. So the media tries to use this kind of thing, like for and against people. So for example, a trigger point for humans is in regards to children. So if there's something that they want people to like instantly feel something about, they will use children as the target for that, you know, because they know that as human beings, we have the inherent instinct to protect our children. It's hardwired into us to do that. Again, some people aren't that way, right? There is a small fraction of the population that isn't that way, but they're very much the exception, not the rule. In general, people have this emotional response. So having that emotional response, suddenly now you have a response to X thing that they were bringing that up with, and you can no longer think logically or critically about it. I hope that all that makes sense. It's a trick of human psychology that that the media tends to make use of, you know. So even like movie trailers, for instance, are really good at doing this bit of human psychology. They will put into the trailer the bits that are going to give the most emotional kick to the guts, so that you will be gripped and you have to then watch this movie because you've got like an investment, emotionally speaking, into this particular movie. You see what I mean? They're very good at doing it. They make a lot of money doing this kind of thing. So yeah, Bill's family, very Southern. Yeah, very, very. So anyways, I hope that all that this is what this channel is about. It's just, you're going to come in here and you're going to hear all kinds of random crap. I'm telling you. This is the way it is. And again, you know, I don't want to offend people. I don't want to break people. I don't want to like make people, you know, hate each other or anything along those lines. The only thing that I want is for people just to have an understanding of each other, you know. Even if it's experiences that you've never had yourself, you can still at least have like the empathy for another person because maybe you did go through something that was similar, you know? You can have this like basis of understanding with the other person. And that's a good thing. You know, that's never a bad thing to be able to help somebody in their time of need, you know? We all go through those dark moments, you know, the dark nights of the soul is kind of what they're called. You know, when you have like these life-changing experiences happen, we go through these dark nights of the soul. And a lot of times people that are going through that, they don't want to, you know, but it's a transformation, and it can be hard because it's like giving birth or going through birth. You know, it's like you can feel all this pressure, you can feel all this pain, you can feel all this, you know, you can hear your mother screaming in pain and, you know, on and on and on. You know, it's like this travail that you go through, and then you're born and you come into this new world filled with like blinding light and on and on and on. And it's very confusing. It's a big mess and all this kind of stuff. And you got to now get used to this new world that you're in. But you know, that's like what breaking through understanding other people is like, you know, when you've kind of like broken through the things that you have been taught over the years, it can be that kind of an experience. It's both like extraordinary and difficult at the same time, I guess is the best way I can put it. We used to take classes at my job, retail supervisor, and in one class on marketing, we learned psychology of the consumer. One point was commercials will use a product name at least 7 times because at that point it's ingrained into the subconsciousness. Right, exactly. That is one really good example of what, like, different governments around the world have spent a lot of money trying to do studies to figure out like what their citizens are going to act like and be like under certain circumstances. And then kind of like these different, sorry for the noise here, different marketing outlets really have put a lot of money into researching how humans are. What can we do to tweak things in a certain way so that more sales will happen, you know? So they have pumped a lot of money into the whole business. But you know, they definitely get it back. That's for sure. They definitely get it back. You know, it's like one study, for instance, found that if you hear a lie 24 or more times, you're actually going to start believing the lie. That's an interesting study, right? That's a really interesting result. But at the same time, they're also doing things like what is it? What was it, Jolene? They spent $340,000. You know, the U.S. government, for instance, spent $340,000 to study Japanese quail.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Good night, Chloe.
Oh, you're leaving, Chloe? I'm sorry, I can't read the chat very well. Okay, I gotta head to bed.
She says, I gotta head to bed. I'm barely able to stay up anymore. This is not how I expected my night to go, but I've greatly enjoyed it. I hope to see you all again. And as always, keep doing what you do.
Awesome. Well, Chloe,
thank you
so much for being here. Thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it. And just know that I love you, and I hope that you keep safe out there. And no matter what, you have fun. You know, always try every day to have at least a little bit of fun. Otherwise, what's the point? You know, so always have a little bit of fun, right? But thank you so much for being here. I am very grateful that you've spent the time with us here. It's been very good having you here with us. So, thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Yeah. So the government spent $320,000 to study Japanese quail and the effects of cocaine on their sexual behavior. Personally, I think that $320,000 probably went to coke for the researchers, but you know, that's me. So Yeah. Okay. So I think I've caught up on everybody's chat. So anyways, this has been a lot of fun. Like I don't get to talk about this stuff very much, you know, and Jolene's heard me talk about it many times. So she's just like, yeah, okay, I'm just over here crocheting, whatever, dude.
I'm doing my bullet journal at the moment, though.
So how is the crocheting going? Talk to us, Dearheart.
I haven't done more than when I came over to show it off to you. I was like, I will do bullet journal, start winding down and stuff.
LSD and dolphins. Yeah. There was a lot of experimentation done with that kind of thing too. Very, very heavy amount of experimentation done with that thing. What were you going to say there, Jolene? Sorry. Or were you done?
I think I was done.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt
Did you know that dolphins will mess around with puffer fish and they get stoned off of puffer fish?
Yes. It's like, what was it? Let me see if I can find this picture. Okay. One of the greatest pictures ever. Go talk for a few minutes here.
So yeah, I can show off what I have because I don't think you guys really saw what it looked like, or what it's looking like at the moment, but dolphins with freaking laser beams on their heads. Yeah, right. So this is what it's looking like so far. I don't think I'm going to get to the blue before I get to the handles because I'm really close and I still have a lot of color yet before I get to the blue. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but it's got burnt orange, orange, yellow, orange, burnt orange, and then it just repeats, so. But yep, it's looking pretty cool. But I'm taking a break. Beauty says, tomorrow is going to be interesting. Hubby is making the switch from Streamlabs to Stream Elements just so his camera can work. Oh.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Awesome and scary at the same time. Come on, computer, get to work. My computer's being slow at the moment, and I'm not sure why. There we go. So this is like one of the greatest pictures ever. I love this picture. It makes me laugh every time I see it. It is this one right here. Here's a dolphin getting high off of a puffer fish, and that puffer fish is just like, what the crap, man? Like the look on his face is just perfect. Just perfect. I love this picture. Great picture. I love it. So yeah, anyway. So Beauty, that is really cool. I'm using Streamlabs right now, and I'm thinking that there are a couple of things on Stream Elements that I want to make use of. Like there are some really cool things with it. Hello, Ollie. Hello. How you doing, kiddo? I'm sorry that his camera hasn't worked to this point, but hopefully that will resolve the issue. I'm good. Got cereal. Good. I ate carrots again. It was terrible. My new bed made me so sleepy. Yeah. I can believe it. You're kind of that way though when you switch to different meds. You know, you always get a little. Oof, I'm tired. I love the Path Puff Pass one because they literally throw them into each other. Right, exactly. Yeah, they're just passing them back and forth. That one is a great one. So Ollie, you totally missed Beauty scaring the ever-living bejeebus out of me again. I was right in the middle of talking and suddenly like Beauty is like becoming a professional at making an entrance, man. I tell you.
He's making it sound like it only happened once. She's done it like twice.
Yeah, twice tonight. Yeah, twice tonight. Thank you very much, Beauty. I can't wait till you put these things on your channel so I can make use of them too. Professional scarist. Yeah. You did get those sound files I sent you, right? I think I asked you that last night, but I can't remember. I've slept since then. Okay, good. What did you think of them? Are there any that you can make use of? So, Ollie, this is the picture that I'm in the midst of making. I'm trying to practice face here, so I don't know. What do you think? I was just getting started doing some of the highlighting here, so. Dig the music. I know, I love this electro swing. It is so awesome. Electro swing is like amazing. It is so freaking catchy. It's looking good. Good. I'm glad. I'm trying my best. But I guess my best wasn't good enough.
Beauty says, I think I can use some shot ones. I also want to get the Mario Death one. I did mother effer to another streamer I grew close with. I made him fall out of his chair.
So that's good. I do have more. If you need more, I do have a lot more different sound effects and stuff that I could send to you. But like to scare my frequency if there's an option. Use Skittles, John, Stevie, Peter. Wicked all of you. Yeah, well.
You're just living up to your name.
Exactly.
Nightmares.
Exactly. One must do what one must do.
See that the humans remain entertained until the end.
I am being entertaining. We're trying to anyway. I love that one too. I love those old Cylon ones. I've got a few of them. Beauty! Oh my goodness! I just got started on the face again.
Yes.
Oh my lord. You guys are great. I love y'all. I do. I love y'all. Indeed. I'm going to have a heart attack on the stream one of these nights, and then what's going to happen? Y'all are going to be like, no, we killed him. We killed him. Our job is complete now. But that's okay. That's okay. That would be the way I would go.
Ooh.
Ollie got to hear the ooh now. don't think Ollie's ever heard the uwu.
Give me just a second. I'm going to introduce somebody to some of you.
Oh, I love this one. Love that one. I love that one. Okay, anyways, there you go.
This is one of our kitties. This is Eva. She's actually being very tolerant of me holding her like this.
Mm-hmm.
Elliot would not. Elliot would be so done. You're on the big screen. Do you see yourself? She's like, I'm done now. You can be done. I know. You were wanting to leave the room. Or are you deciding, hey, I'm getting attention. Maybe I don't want to.
Right.
Oh, she wants to step on my tablet. Or laptop. Yeah, Robin, I don't know if you know, this is actually Beth's cat. We've kind of stolen her from her. It's a story if you don't know what it is yet.
She's a good kitty.
All right, she's wandered.
Okay. Now we get to see Jolene's beautiful face. Hi, Jolene. That is my glorious wife.
Yeah, I know you painted her. I saw the picture at one point.
Yep. She's definitely an emotional support kitty, that's for sure. She's been a big blessing here. We all love and adore her. She's a good kitty. It's Beth's. Wasn't treating her so well, so kind of took her over. You have Tuca and his 20 pounds laying on me, purring while Sassy death stares him.
Your Tuca is very cute.
That's a big kitty. He's a big kitty.
Eva, the one that I was showing off, that's Beth's cat. But she's in our possession at the moment.
Yeah, she wasn't getting treated too well, so we just said, okay, well, take her.
Tuca, since day one, has been a mama's boy, while Sassy is daddy's girl. Aww. Our other cat, Elliot, he's funny. He only does this to Ira. He will come up to him and lick his nose. He does that like at least once a week. At least once a week. I don't know if it's daily.
It's daily.
Is it daily now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's so cute. And he's always coming up and he will paw like he wants to pet him, you know? Like we pet Elliot. Elliot will try to pet us. It's cute.
Yeah, he likes to pet my arm. It's like, oh hey daddy. How you doing?
Visceria, I hope I pronounced that right, is my baby girl as far as reptiles. Ghost hates everyone equally. And then Robin says, I'm too tired to try to pronounce that name. Sheba?
Sheba.
Okay, she is a lilac Siamese mix with the shortest legs and a primordial pouch that drags the ground. Aww. And then Amanda says, our Siamese does that to Noah. she's obsessed with him. If we raise our voice at all, she comes between us and yells at us. She then goes and checks on him, making sure he's good. That's funny.
Yeah, some kitties are definitely that way. I love it. I love it.
Robin then says she hates me. Every time I try to put my arm around Bill, she attacks me. Oh, oh, just throw her in a different room. And then Amanda says they are sisters. Ours is Agatha. And then Beauty says, I am convinced Tuca has Maine Coon somewhere in him just for his size alone. Very long and tall.
I had a Maine Coon once. It was years ago. That cat was freaking awesome. Huge. Huge. And it's like, I don't know. Every Maine Coon that I've encountered over the years has this scent to them that's almost like reminiscent of pine in some kind of ways. It's really weird. Like, not heavy pine, right? But like just like that little hint that's there, you know? I don't know if it's something like inherent in their oils or something or what, but yeah, it's like every one of them that I've encountered have been that way.
And then Beauty says, Sass is a Bombay. She is on my fireplace, lounging like every night. And then Amanda says, mine fish like... What? I moved, hold on. Mine fish like to lay on me anytime I'm sick. Oh. Yeah, her name's Fish. Yeah, I gotcha.
Jolene's tired, low oxygen.
Yeah, tired, low oxygen. I'm still running on fumes, but somehow I'm doing a heck of a lot better than I thought I would be. Like, I am shocked I am still awake at this. It's almost 1 o'clock. It's 12:30. Oh my goodness. And then Robin says, my dad always had Maine Coons. They're huge. And then Mott's need to check that message, really.
Which message?
Check. Oh, had to permit and add the term coons. I gotcha, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Robin saying something, and I'm just like, wait, something happened. Thank you, Ollie, for noticing.
Ollie's a good mod.
I probably would not have noticed.
Nah, you just have mod status just for the status of it. That's all. You're a figurehead. You have no power.
I'm a trophy mod.
Trophy mod, yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh woo indeed. Who ooh wooed me? Oh, that was Robin. Robin with the ooh woo. You guys are fabulous. I love y'all. I do. Y'all are my favorite people. Did you know that? Just like Ollie is my favorite youngest kid ever. Get it? Ha ha ha. I don't know. I think this face is turning out kind of interesting. Like, it's not too bad. Like, I haven't dedicated a whole lot of time to it because I've been talking a lot more tonight than I expected I would be. But for the amount of time that I've put into it, I don't think it's too shabby, really. I mean...
Meow, 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 meow.
What the heck was that, Jolene? By the way, for those of you guys not aware, I do have a little talking hand on here that you can use your channel points on instead of scaring the crap out of me. You can have the talking hand talk to you. And it's very adorable. It's very cute. Go with the talking hand, not scaring the crap out of me. It's much more kind and gentle to your streamer.
Nah, let's scare the crap out of him.
Love you, baby.
I feel the love.
Blah 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 blah.
Beauty with the ukulele instead of scaring the crap out of me. Thank you for being a kind and gentle soul this time.
I do love the derpy ukulele.
I do too.
But it's so funny watching you jump out of your skin and then crack up.
This is true, I'm sure. I'm sure. Y'all so mean. Beauty! You're killing me! Oh, Lord. Have mercy upon my soul. I'm coming home to you, Myrtle. I love you guys. You got me sweating now.
Attention all personnel. The PX invites you to try Corman brand Coffite, because something like coffee is better than no coffee at all.
Yeah, I need some Coffite right about now. You guys are fabulous, I tell you. I love each and every one of you. I do. You guys are great. Heinous though you might be, y'all need some Jesus in your life.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
That one doesn't get used enough. Oh, you all got me crying. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I hope it's been worth your while. I'm going to go die now.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger indeed. You know, we spent the night at the hospital last night. I don't want to spend another night at the hospital. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. No, I'm not rich yet. I'll get there a dime at a time.
You doctor yet?
You doctor yet? Come to me when you doctor. I love King of the Hill. All right. Well, listen, guys. I'm getting a little tired. I know Jolene is going to need to go to bed. She's got to be saved from herself here and go to sleep because she has been like no sleep and I don't want her to start crying.
I'm not at that point, but I am doing.
It was at this moment
so I am getting ready.
He fucked up.
I love that one. I love that one. That one's a great one. Thank you. You guys. I love you. I seriously do. So before we go, let me tell you too that going to the Antiques Roadshow tomorrow. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I hope that it goes well. You're not selling yourself, right? You are an antique. You are older than me, so I can say that. So I do. I love you guys. Seriously. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for being here with me throughout everything. Like, you guys are amazing people. I love you so much. And I'm gonna raid somebody. We're gonna raid Lillian Disu, who is just amazing. She's hilarious. You guys are really gonna like her a lot. And you're out of bits. You're out of bits. Oh, tractors. Okay, well, I don't know. You're an old tractor too, right? Anyways, I will be back again tomorrow, 8:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys can tune in. I'll probably continue this picture here because I'm liking how it's turning out so far. I think it's really nice. I'm going to see what else I can do with it once I let my eyes rest for a little while. But they're starting to get a little bit on the painful side, so I should go rest them up a little bit and kind of kick back and get a bite to eat because I'm getting hungry again too. So anyways, until next time, guys, keep safe out there. Have fun. Much love to all of you guys, whether you like it or not. Much love to you all. And I'll talk to you again later.
Incoming customer detected.
Keep your eyes open, boys.
We need to have a serious talk!
How they suck you into the game. Oh boy.